the Morgan, half a day and heck yeah, and sorry I'm a little late today. Daylight savings decided to end, so I'm gonna be eating my breakfast. But it is time for more. Right, hold on. Yeah, 1310. More Ace Attorney. Thanks, right? I think we're doing Maya's POV now. We're doing Maya's POV. The goal is to try to finish this today. So, I'm like, there's only one episode. I'm pretty sure we can finish it. Because I'm shy, and I don't want to play this on the other stream. So I'm like, let's finish this today. I behold a beautiful Meepleton. Oh, thank you, Lewis. You're just saying that because my hair is shaved. But thank you, Hickian. Kalink? Oh, Clink. I see you've awoken. I was right to not trust you, suspicious butler with, yeah. Hiya, day. Well, since I'm gonna be stuffing my face with a Wendy's pretzel bun burger, I'm just gonna do. That way you don't just see me looking like a monster over here. Also, I should mute so you don't hear me munching. Okay, food has been had. It was really good. Sorry, I was just like, yum, 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 yum. Delicious, delicious. You watched the trailer and you saw me? Good. I watched the movie last night. Much like any indie film, there is constructive criticism. Like, anytime we were attacking the aliens, you know, blood spray was happening. Special effects, not real blood spray, not practical. And it was red. And I was like, okay, whatever, aliens bleed red. And then one of the aliens that got, like, kicked in the face, you know, red blood came out. And then we saw them, like, take off their mask and spit the blood, and it was blue. And I was like, they might need to fix that. Saw Meepleton in a room with owl walls. Yes, that was apparently I'm like a floozy or whatever. I'm like the evil guy's like little meow, like party gal or whatever. Don't worry, I'm not there for long. I get blasted. I think I die? Yeah, I get killed twice because I play technically 4 characters. I'm a technician, then I'm a creature, then I'm that girl you saw in the trailer, and then I'm somebody right after that that's like a bodyguard, but my face gets blown off. It's great. It's great. But no, it was an okay film. It was an okay film. I'll leave it at that. Right, with kidnapped Maya stress. Now, he questioned, because you told me that there's multiple endings. Is it like when I'm at the end of the game, it's like this goes this way, this goes this way? Or is it like stuff I do along the way could mess it up and it's like, oh no? Like, do I need to save like 8 different times? What's up, buddy? We're... Oh, sorry, dude. I already signed up. Excuse me? I already have life insurance. I signed up a long time ago because my job is... Oh my god. Oh, no, we're not insurance people. Really? Dude, I really don't need that right now either. Fire extinguishers. I mean, this building isn't my house, so... Oh my god. No, we're not here to sell you fire extinguishers either. I'm a lawyer. My name is Phoenix Wright. A lawyer? Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask my manager, okay? Oh my... Look at his little phone! The Nickel Samurai sure is a strange person, isn't he? I won't give a full answer, but all I would say is don't worry about it yet. Okay, because like, otherwise I'm gonna be saving. I think strange is an understatement. Sorry about that. You're just in time. Huh? You're a lawyer, dude, right? My manager's looking for a good one right now, so how about it? Mr. Nick, this is our chance. I have to make him let me take his case. I have to. Sorry to intrude, but I would like to ask you a few personal questions. That's okay, but dude, my autobiography is coming out soon, so if I say stuff without the publisher's approval, then I'm gonna be in real hot water. Wait, no, that's... Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask my publisher, okay? Stargard is so lucky he has so many people he can talk to. I don't know if he actually has anyone he can really talk to. Sorry about that. Like, I thought the publisher said it'd be real bad if I said anything, dude. Does he have a mind of his own? Different endings is tied to trial, not investigation. Okay, got it. Stargard, I'd like to ask you about the murder. Oh, are you covering this for a tabloid as a side job, dude? Well, if you want my statement on this, you should ask through my staff. No, I'm not asking on behalf of a tabloid. No, oh my god. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask the president of the studio, okay? Is he alright, Mr. Nick? If we're talking about Mr. Stargard's brain here, I wouldn't put my money on it. Sorry about that. The studio president said, even Neo Mount Fuji itself knows that I'm not the murderer. Mr. Nick, what's Neo Mount Fuji? It's a mountain in the city of Neo, Tokyo. The city of Nickel Samurai protects. Okay. Can I present you anything? I know I like to throw money around, but it's not like I buy anything and everything. That's nice because it's not up for sale anyway. Let me try this. Mr. OnGuard, this is an attorney's badge. Dude, I'm sorry, but I don't have the free time to be looking at things like that. Huh? I'm much too busy with Nickel Samurai stuff right now. I don't have the time to take a lawyer's correspondence course. Oh my god. Why does he believe I'm a salesman? Insurance and extinguishers, now this. Okay. What's that? It's a ticket for the press conference. You were gonna give one after winning the Grand Prix, right? Oh, me? Yes, while you were in costume, no less. I never heard anything like that. Dude, I only heard about the stage show. I always leave that kind of stuff to my manager. He didn't know? That's odd. I don't know if he has any secrets. I don't know if he knows how to think for himself. I don't know what I'm missing. I don't know. Mr. Nick, what are you gonna do with that? I don't know. I've got nothing else. I don't know yet, but I figure I could at least show it to him. Is that a transceiver? Hey, it looks like a real nice one, too. Out of all the things. I got it as a present from someone. Interesting. I've also been instructed to take your case. Is that what you heard from the transceiver? Yes? Dude, that's terrible. Don't let some disembodied voice boss you around, says the man who does that with his wrist. This coming from a man with a cell phone on his wrist. Sorry. Well, dude, I think it's about time for me to get going. Please wait, I really need to take your case. There's always other people in need of a lawyer, right? Want me to introduce you to a few? Please, let Mr. Nick represent you. Man, oh man, lawyers these days. Now you dudes use kids to pull in clients too? If you don't take me as your lawyer, then D-Killer is going to... Wait, what did you just say? D-Killer? D-Killer? What's he doing? He looks like he's mulling something over. Alright, dude. I accept your terms. Huh? I'll let you represent me in court. We did it! We did it, Mr. Nick! First case, we had a Lady Luckless. Second case, we had Maya again. Third game, we had Billy Bob Jones, who didn't realize he was seriously arrested for murder. Now we have this client. Yep. Yeah? I don't feel any better for it. He doesn't look too happy either. Go ahead, ask me anything. I'll help out as much as I can. Okay, let's try this again. Part 2, my friend. As I open up my freaking Twitch drop, because a Halo Infinite drop is happening, so I'm like, oh, let me just get that open real quick. Man, I thank my lucky stars that people know my name. Well, you're quite the hero, and you're in the national spotlight. I didn't know who he is. Does that mean I'm not a good... No, Pearl, you're fine. You're from a tiny psychic village. It's okay. You're excused. Ah, it's really great to be the Nickel Samurai. Dude, lately I just keep on getting more and more popular. True enough. The Nickel Samurai is very popular among high schoolers and secretaries right now. I guess Mr. On Guard has a way of catching the eyes of women. Do you know my motto? Refreshing like a spring breeze. That's what I am. A spring breeze? That's why this kind of scandal's disastrous, dude. I mean, even if I get out of here tomorrow, it's still gonna look bad. But everyone loves a good scandal. That's true, everyone does. Can you tell me about your activities last night? After I got the word, I took a break and went back to my room. I had that post-ceremony stage show to do, so I was in my Nickel Samurai costume. And you were alone the entire time. My manager was running around being busy, so yeah. Because of the press conference you were supposed to hold after the show. I told you, dude. I have no idea about any press conference, right? All right? I think his manager was gonna show up as him. Or maybe the Jammin' Ninja was gonna dress up as him, too. That's strange. I thought the Nickel Samurai was gonna confess something. Anyway, when I was leaving my room, that's what I noticed was kind of noisy. What if he's not the actual Nickel Samurai? Like, what if he's just in the suit, but, like, he doesn't, like, do, like, his own stunts or something, and, like, maybe it's, like, the manager, and, like, that's what he was gonna confess. Yeah, that's what I gathered anyway from my manager. I'm beginning to gather that this guy can't do a thing on his own. And that's when the detective in the green coat showed up. Gumshoe. He searched me, and then, out of the blue, the dude arrested me. About you and the victim, Mr. Corridor. What sort of... That's got nothing to do with anything. Theory brains, bro. It is! Because I'm like, what is it? What is it? And I'm also like, how does D-Killer tie into all this? I'm like, I don't know. The Grand Prix by storm. So why would I, the winner, have any reason to kill the guy anyway? True. Dude, you think it'd be the other way around, you know? Do you know why you were arrested? I guess maybe my full body search went badly. Full body? Did they find something on you? They found a button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume. A button. I don't get it either. It was caught in the pleats of my samurai's pants, or hakama. Ah. Dude, I really think someone planted it there, though. I'm serious. Okay. He's got brain. He's thinking. I wonder if that's what really happened. I guess it's all about I'm gonna get out of him. Mr. Nick? Yeah? Let's ask one last thing. Let's test Mr. On Guard to see if he really is innocent or not. We can do that? Yes. Oh my god, is there a new mechanic we're getting? If you use this... Maya's Magatama. He won't be able to hide any secrets from you. I'm sure of it. Oh, we're just doing regular mechanic. Okay. Mr. On Guard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Please answer me honestly. What is it, dude? Did you kill Mr. Juan Corda? You son of a... Please put the phone away and answer this question yourself. Alright, just so we're clear, dude. Right, only one trial day? I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Corda, okay? Okay. Well, Mr. Nick? Nothing. Not a chain or lock in sight. Which means it's alright to trust him. Yeah, it does appear that way. Well, at least I can breathe a sigh of relief knowing my client is actually innocent. The trial's tomorrow, right? I'm counting on you, dude. I have 1 day. I have 1 day. We're gonna be fine, right? We're gonna be fine? Which is why I think we can finish this today if there's only 1 trial day. So it's like, okay, we don't have any, like, investigation. Alright. Well, at least we were able to get Mr. On Guard as our client. And we know that he didn't do it, which is very important. So now what should we do? Well, the trial's tomorrow and we only get this 1 chance. There's only 1 way to prove Mr. On Guard's innocence. We have to find the real killer. Okay, then let's start looking. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You can't come in without... Oh. Good morning! Hold on, it's you. What's going on around here? I heard poor Juan was killed. Is that true? It's a bad rerun is what this is. Another Steel Samurai doing the most evil of deeds. You know, that's not entirely... I'll have you know that I was a huge... Oh no. Why do all the stars I'm interested in drop 1 by 1 like flies? It's always been that... Oh, and there she goes. Actually, I wanted to ask you about the murder and what happened. Don't push me. Mr. Nick? I couldn't hear everything she said. That's fine. She was talking too fast. Mr. Olbeck, could you please speak a little slower? Don't boss me around, you spiky-haired smarty pants. I can't. My dear Hammer died a year ago in that dreadful murder. And only recently did I finally find a star that makes his heart go ba-dump again. I don't know what to say. I ask you, why does every star I cheer for always end up kicking the bucket? Watch your words. No one's gonna get away with saying anything bad about my Juan. But I haven't said anything. Well, I don't believe a word that woman says anyway. What woman? That irritating backwater girl with the afro and the horrible... Oh my god. It's Lana. I mean, what is that manner of speaking supposed to be? And why does she never stop? Honestly, women these days, they don't know the meaning of the word modest out. Are you thirsty? A little. Okay, I'll go get you some juice or something. Thank you very much. Hey, are you paying attention? Youngins today. So I'm guessing Miss Oldbag heard everything from Lana. I want to ask you about what happened around the time of the murder. Oh, God, my eyeball. I don't know anything about that. I was here getting ready. Getting ready? For what? The show, of course. Well, in the press conference afterwards. Cue mysterious music or the magical press conference. My goodness, eyeball. Anyway, I don't know anything about the murder. Ah, I see. But if you're talking about what I saw, that's different. I saw it very clearly. What? I saw the most important moment of the night. What did you see? The most important moment? You don't mean... Oh, so now you treat me with respect, you disrespectful child. When you speak to your elders, you should always be polite. Really, kids today. Please tell me, what did you see? Secrets! Secrets! The murder last night was gruesome, wasn't it? But then, what murder isn't? I don't think she saw it. Does not become your fan, or else you'll leave this world early. Possibly. Please don't stray onto another tangent, please. If you want to hear more, then show some respect and bring this lady a present. Present? What kind of present does she want? Looks like the investigation is still in full swing. The hotel staff and the police are running around like a bunch of headless chickens. I wonder if we can do any investigating of our own in this kind of atmosphere. That's a big word for you. We got to roll up the sleeves and try, I guess. That's a big word for you. All right, Lotta, I'm assuming you're still in this hallway. Hey, you're here. Been waiting for you, Mr. Lawyer. Lotta. Hey, Mr. Copfeld, thief showed his face. What? Arrest him, put him on trial, find him guilty, give him the death penalty. What's... You feeling all right?
Looked here and there and up and down the mountain, but it ain't here. So why don't you just hurry up and give it back to me, you creep? What are you looking for? My camera. Camera. It's my lifeblood. I'm gonna die without my $700 camera. Your camera? Look, don't lots of people say the criminal always goes back to the scene of the crime? That's usually for murders, not for thieves. And looky, here you are. Yep, here I am, faced with a lot of trouble. Huh? I don't have your camera. So you lost your camera? It ain't no ordinary camera. You buy it in a store and it's $1,600 brand new. I thought it was $700. Huh? But I had a nice long talk with the guy at the store. About 5 hours, I reckon. I made this itty bitty scratch on it and the manager got all huffed up in the face. He gave me his talking to, was real mean about it. He done made me cry at that. When did you lose your camera? Last night after the murder happened. Must have been when I was busy running around looking into things. That's when I lost sight of my dear, darling, expensive sweetie. Lotta, what did you capture with that expensive camera of yours? I don't really know. I snapped a shot of anything that caught my eye. So I don't remember. And besides, I couldn't get anything from a big scoop. I wonder if Lotta's missing camera is even connected to the murder. It might be. It's a camera bag. It's a camera bag. Lotta, please tell me what you know about what happened at the time of the murder. Well, from before the ceremony last night, I was hanging around here in this area. Yeah, actually, I was here until around the time Mr. Engard was arrested. What were you doing here? You sure you went to school, city boy? Whenever Lotta Hart goes, there's a story to be found. A big scoop to be had. A big scoop. I told you before, I'm going to be the best tabloid photographer the world's ever seen. Reckon, of course, that means I'm always looking for the perfect shot. I wonder what scoop she was after this time. Although I was also on the lookout for the other stars that were here. So, maybe I wasn't here the entire time. Lotta, are you sure you weren't here the entire time? So you could take a picture for your big scoop? Well, maybe I was, but that's what real journalists do. I got some juicy inside info, so I thought to myself, why not get a picture for proof? What kind of story was it that you would hang around here? Oh, God, my God, secrets. Oops, sorry, Mr. Lawyer. Can't be telling you that. Trade secret. God, not again. Why does everyone have something to hide? We've been stopped, haven't we? Haha, yeah, take that, Mr. Lawyer. I'm glad someone around here is happy. Miss Lotta and your I rule smile. Alright, well,
I guess we'll go to Engard. Oh, he's got a nice room.
Is that pizza? What is that? Pie? What's out there on the plate?
Where are we? We're in Mr. Matt Engard's dressing room. This is our client's room. May I help you with something? Oh, I love your shirt. You're Mr. Engard's lawyer, correct? I gathered as much. I also looked for lawyers on my end, but to no avail. How did you know I'm his lawyer? You were just saying that he is your client. In a situation like this, the only person who would use such a word would be his lawyer. Wow. It's a simple deduction, really. The trial is tomorrow, and Mr. Engard's situation is looking rather grim. So you came here, one stop in your mad dash to find clues to build his case, correct? Well, you're not totally right, but you're not totally off either.
It's really not the time to be showing off, Mr. Nick.
I am Adrian Andrews. I hate to waste time, so let's get down to business. All right. She may be of small stature, but appearance can be deceiving. She's pretty. I'm distracted. I assume the first thing you need to know is what everyone was doing that night, correct? Yes, that is correct. Then I will tell you. Before the awards ceremony, I had dinner with Mr. Engard. I like the seashell card. In this very room, I might add.
Dinner? What did you eat?
I told you, I hate to waste time with trifling details. I need the details. If you took a look at the table yourself, you wouldn't need to ask me. I bet she's a lot of fun at parties. Hell yeah. When the award show was starting, I headed for Viola Hall. And after the show ended, you came back to this room? No, I had some small errands to run. I helped with the preparations in the lobby. Oh, preparations for the post-ceremony show, I guess. When it was time for the post-ceremony show, I came back to call for Mr. Engard. After that, I went to visit Mr. Corrida. And that's when you found his body, isn't it? You really Held strong through everything. Yeah, she does seem to be mentally tough as nails. So, about you and... Stop right there. You aren't seriously about to ask how Mr. Erngard and I are related, are you? Sorry. I have no idea how he could choose you as his lawyer. Why did she have to go and say something like that?
Mr. Nick, calm down and hang in there.
I'll give you a shoulder rub to relieve your stress later, alright? Don't touch me, Pearl. I already gave you my name earlier, but I'll add that I'm Mr. Erngard's manager. His manager? Speaking of managers, did the victim, Mr. Corda, have one? No, he did not. He didn't? Global Studios has a very different policy from Worldwide Studios, in that Worldwide Studios does not assign individual managers to their stars. I see. This industry is very ruthless and unforgiving. Actually, you look quite ruthless and unforgiving yourself to your poor partner. Dragging a little girl like her to places like this, honestly.
You're wrong. I'm doing this to help Mystic Maya.
Pearls, calm down and hang in there. I'll buy you juice later, alright? Alright, well let's see what you guys had. Looks like dishes left over from dinner, a dinner for two. I'm sure they're Mr. Erngard and Miss Andrews' plates. Looks like they had T-bone steaks. What's with the Global Studios and T-bone steaks? I thought it was a chicken or something. Nope. There's some samurai-looking clothes on the sofa here. I think that jacket-looking thing is called a happy. Whatever it is, I'm sure something like that would make a great souvenir. Maya would be absolutely thrilled. It's probably Mr. Erngard's suitcase. For someone who is only going to be here for the award show, this is a lot of stuff. Looks like he has about 3 days worth of clothes in here.
Stars really are different from us, aren't they?
God, I think I had like a week's worth of clothes for TwitchCon. Because I was like, you got going to the actual floor, and you have like going to parties. It's just so many outfits. And then you have your sleepwear. That's the bedroom over there.
That's a bed. Wow, they have really big beds here.
It's like you gotta have the clothes though. I don't know. I'd like to ask you about this. I told you I hate trifling matters. Okay, yeah, she's not gonna help me. I mean, she found the body, right? So could she tell me more about him? Also, 21? He does look a little older. Did you know the victim, Mr. Corda? Yes, I knew him. The world is such a small place after all. Did you know about his rivalry with the Nickel Samurai? Honestly, they were like children when it came to that. Time and time again, those two competed with each other over the most trivial things. If either one of them wasn't so stubborn, then maybe no one would have needed to die. Needed? Got a hunch that this woman knows more than she's letting on. She must know why Juan Corda was killed. Sorry, needed? Needed? Do you have any ideas? As to why Mr. Corda was murdered? Why would you ask me about such a thing? I'm just doing my job. So do you have any ideas? Oh my god, the amount of secrets! Holy fudge. Miss Andrews. Sorry, but there's nothing more I have to add to this conversation. Is it a side clock mixer, Nick? Yeah, like everybody has one. There's gonna be more and more of these lately.
This is looking so good.
Lada, I got nothing for you. Oh my god, there's so many bears. Oh, he like bears? Mr. Nick, where are we? We're at Mr. Juan Corda's room, Pearls. Mr. Corda? The victim. Which makes this the crime scene too. Oh, it's you. Hey! So, what's happened? The kidnapper, has he contacted you again? Not yet. You probably want to say, well, hold on, how do you know about the kidnap? Hold on, how does he know about the kidnapping? Probably won't until we win Mr. Erngard's acquittal. Doing okay there, hanging in? I just want Maya to be alright. What? Did I miss something? I thought we didn't tell the cops. Oh, I told him? Okay, I was like, I thought we weren't telling the cops. I was like, we already messed up. We don't have a lot of time left, but I'm gonna help you as much as I can, pal.
Can you do that even if we want to look around the crime scene? Just this once. Special circumstances, right? I'll even tell you everything I know, but you gotta keep quiet. It's my neck on the line here. Thank you. Oh, that's right. I got you guys a map of the hotel. Here you go, little missy.
Wow, you're giving it to me? Thank you.
Wouldn't want you to get lost in a hotel too big for its own good.
Mr. Nick, I got a map.
That's great, Pearls.
But Mr. Nick, I can't read what it says.
Ransom? Wow, I really do have sleepy brain. I don't remember. Then again, I was looking at some older footage and I don't remember playing Do Not Open. Because I found out it had a sequel and I was like, oh, the sequel's VR. And they're like, it's a sequel to Do Not Open. And I was like, oh, what's this game? And then it's like, you played it. And I was like, huh? Huh? You know what was the cause of death? Well, technically, the final autopsy report isn't out yet, but one look at the victim should tell you, pal. It should? Yeah, here's a picture. Oh. There's a knife in his chest, but look how shallow that is. And look how there's barely any blood. Okay. Okay. I think he was poisoned. So there's like broken flower vase down there, but that's not knocked over. And that's not knocked over, but this and all the other stuff is knocked over. I think somebody was drugged. And they were just like, here. Yeah, pal, that's the murder weapon. So he was stabbed to death? They're looking at the fingerprints down at the lab right now. There are fingerprints on the knife? Yep. And it looks like they're pretty sure they're Mr. Engarde's prints. There's a knife missing from his room, isn't there? That's bad. Real bad. Why was Mr. Engarde arrested? Because we have evidence on him. Had evidence. Evidence? It looks like the victim, Juan Corda, really put up a big fight. Yeah, one look at the crime scene and you can tell. There's signs of a struggle everywhere. I mean, maybe that bear over there, that phone, that, but like, that's not knocked over. That's suspicious as hell. Well, yeah, during the fight, his button came off. Mr. Engarde said something about a button. Something like one of the Jammin' Ninja's buttons got caught in his hakama. But that's not all. What? There was a witness, pal. A witness? Who is it? That lady. Please, anyone but her. The prosecution has plenty of evidence to make a solid case. Not to mention there's something around where the Vic was... What? Not to mention there's something around where the Vic was that's a little off. Am I reading this wrong? Not to mention there's something around where the Vic was that's a little off. I think that's a typo. Something that's a little off, as in that's for you to figure out, pal.
All right, let's try to figure it out, Mr. Nick.
There's a lot of bears.
Wow, there are a lot of bears. Alarm clocks, collector's editions, stuffed teddies, plastic models. They were just here for a day, right? It's pretty overwhelming. Is there the kind of bear he doesn't have? There's even a few in the trash can. Yeah, I get the feeling maybe the guy didn't really like bears. Poor teddies. It's hard to bear with all these problems. Oh, no, God, get out of my head. I don't think I want to bear with the trauma the last case caused me. What's wrong, Mr. Dick? Nothing. Wait, so he doesn't like bears? Well, then why did they give him a bunch of bears? Neat and tidy, I take it. There are a lot of electronic things in here that I've never seen before. Hey, Mr. Nick, tell me, what are they? Pretty please? Okay, well, that over there is a watch you wear it on your wrist. I know what a watch is. Oops. For a second there, I forgot I was talking with Pearls, not Maya. It's not a typo, but it is a bit confusing wording in that phrasing. They're basically saying the area around the victim was sitting has something that doesn't feel right. Okay. So I was like, huh? It's a suitcase. There's so many things in it that I bet it barely closes. There's his clothes, a drawer, electric shaver, a calculator. Do all stars pack too much stuff like Mr. Corda? All right, we slide in. This is a guitar case, I guess. A little beat up, but still usable. That's strange, the guitar is not here. That is strange. Heart monitor, stay up. Maybe you forgot to bring it to the show? But Mystic Maya, she said the bright red guitar was the Jammin' Ninja's signature item. That's true. Huh? This guitar case is wet, but it's only wet on the top of the lid. Yeah, there's no water inside the case. This is water, isn't it? So that means when it was closed, shoosh, struggle happened. And then it opened. Bottles of cosmetics are scattered all over the floor. It's probably where Mr. Corridor fought his assailant. What are these bits of glass from? A flower vase, maybe? There are flowers on the floor, but I don't know what they are. You don't know much about flowers, do you, Mr. Nick? Excuse you, small child. It's a beautiful wine glass, and there's tomato juice in it. Ew, tomato juice. I don't really like it much. There's a bottle of it on the table over there. That's probably where this came from. But doesn't it seem weird? What seems weird? I mean, everything else is scattered all over the floor. She's right. The flower vase was broken and the makeup is strewn everywhere. Why is this glass the only thing that's still all right? Very odd. Good job, tiny detective. So that's a bed. Yep. Big, but it's a bed.
Ah, Mr. Nick, it's so soft.
Big beds must be a rarity for her. Enjoy it while you can, because when you're itty bitty, all the beds are big. It's great. This bottle, it's tomato juice. We had a lot of food at the award show last night, but I wonder if the stars had gone on stage after only eating a meager meal like this. Maybe? Alright. Can I... Let me look at this. Okay, yeah, so that's all there is. Can I present this? Can you tell me about this guitar case? Oh, that. This is just what I heard, pal, but that's the Jammin' Ninja's signature item. The guitar case. No, not that. What do you take me as? I mean the guitar inside, of course. But the guitar is missing. Yeah, we looked for it too. It's not normal for a person to forget to bring their most famous item to an award show. It's starting to sound like the red guitar is related to this case after all. Alright, what about this? So about this wine glass. Ah, so you noticed it, pal. The whole crime scene was a mess, but this glass was the only thing that was untouched. You noticed that too, Detective Gumshoe? No, actually, Miss Von Karma noticed it first. Yeah, Pearl's noticed it before me too. Hey, wait a minute. So does that mean Miss Von Karma's here at the hotel? Yeah, she's around. Man, you're gonna be in so much trouble, pal. Especially if she catches you in here. Well, you can bet the instant I see her, I'll be running the 1,000 meter dash. Oh gosh, she's coming! She's coming! What's that beeping noise, Mr. Nick? I've heard this sound somewhere before. It's Miss Von Karma. Huh? For some reason, whenever I hear that sound, she pops out of nowhere and whips me. Come to think of it, that's exactly what happened the last time. Sorry, I gotta make myself scarce. Later, pal! Ah! She's busted! Whip! At last, you reveal your true nature, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Oh god, would it be too much to ask for you to be nice to me for a change? So you're the type to steal information from pitifully helpless detectives. That's very dishonorable of you. Ow. Hey, don't you dare run away, scruffy McTrenchcoat. Oh. I didn't think the detectives of this country could be this pitiful. Ah! Detective, come over here for a second. Poor guy, he's just... No! Oh man, she's just whipping him. Oh Lord, she calling. I feel better knowing at least you were man enough to face your punishment. He was so scared he just froze up on the spot. Mr. Phoenix Wright, you have soiled my perfect prosecution record. I'll never forget that. This time, victory is mine. Victory is yours. Is that all this means to you? What? Come, Scruffy. The investigation briefing is about to begin. Yes, sir. This isn't over yet. I swear on my family's honor. Your honors. Family's honors kind of poop. Ah, what did she throw at me now? What is this? To my dearest Wendy. Oh, I found something that will make Wendy talk. Well, I guess this means I've got to get back to the precinct now, pal. If you ever need me, come down to the criminal affairs department, all right? And if you can, try not to let Miss Von Karma see you. I'll try.
know it's Lana, but I'm here. I might as well try, right? Do you know anything? I'm a journalist. I've got too much info. Okay, she doesn't know anything. Be extra tough on kids. That's this girl's motto on learning youngsters. How about this? Nope. She doesn't know nothing. I thought she threw a thingy at me. I thought she threw like a signature thing. Did she not? Oh, there it is. She dropped it. Whew, almost forgot that.
Mr. Nick, what's this piece of paper?
It's called an autograph.
Autograph.
Paper's got Mr. Corder's name written on it, so it's his autograph. I can't read it at all. To be honest, I've never seen writing that looks like this. It's a special way of writing called cursive. Look here, see how it says, "To my dearest Wendy" in more normal letters here? This sloppy, unreadable writing, it's crazy and cruel to give this to someone. Hold on. Wendy. I've heard that name somewhere before. It's Wendy. Gotta go back to the room and investigate. Look at that. Look at that. Already did it. Alright. Now will you look at it? Nope, she doesn't know anything. Okay. Well, while I'm here, let me talk to the manager, and also... The knife's missing. There's a giant bone sitting on the plate.
I don't really like meat.
There's something weird about this plate. I just wish I could put my finger on what it is. The knife is missing. Alright, you're super locked up. Need to ask you about this? Nope, trifling matters, alright. What about the guitar? Nope, trifling, okay.
To Wendy. It's like the best next lead I have is to go to Wendy.
Oh. Oh, Mr. Wright, how are you? Mr. Powers, have you been here the entire time? Yeah, people connected to the murder aren't allowed to go home, let alone leave. Oh, buddy. A love what? A love why. This girl Sayo works at a tea shop and all three guys fall for it at the same time. A love why. Okay. Oh, I guess the Y shape is like the three brothers colliding over this one girl. Oh. Anyway, Sayo's actually the daughter of the evil Strawberry Clan's leader. Sounds like an unusual situation, like Romeo and Juliet ×3. Yeah. Strange thing is, this sort of forbidden love story is really big with the office ladies, because they're like, oh my, 3 men going after you, flirting with you, but you're the daughter of their most evil rival? Like, ugh, yeah. I'd watch it. Yes, Pearl.
What happens next? I want to know.
Miss Sayo. Does Miss Sayo fall in love? She does, doesn't she? Every Sunday at 8 a.m. I'm gonna stop watching Kids Masterpiece Theater starting this week. Can't believe she's really considering it. So what's the Jammy Ninja TV show like? It started off from a remake of an old movie, to tell you the truth. The Jammy Ninja, like the samurai shows, is geared towards kids. Look at that deer. Look at that doe-eyed thing. It's the story of a ninja who can't scale a wall, but became a big pop star anyway. What? He was a really lousy ninja. Absolutely couldn't do any ninja things right at all. But boy, could he sing. With his trusty bright red guitar in hand, he took the ancient world by storm. A ninja with a bright red guitar. And then the final fight in front of his beloved Princess Misula. Jammin' versus the Muromachi 5. Suddenly, our brave hero catches a not-so-jammin' cold the night before Battle 3. Oh, that's too bad for him. Yeah, but this kind of pop music-based love story is something high school girls really like. Yes, Pearl?
What happens next? I want to know. Jammin', the Jammin' Ninja will be able to sing? What about Princess Misala?
Every Sunday at 8 a.m. Which show should I watch? Can't believe she's really considering it.
Alright. Do you want this? I don't have anything to say to delinquents like you. She's clamming up like the old clam she is. Please, anything would be helpful. Well then, how about I tell you my measurements? No, that's okay. She really doesn't like you, does she, Nick? I know. I know. What did it? I guess we go to the criminal affairs department. I was thinking of going to the detention center, but sure, we'll stop by here. Doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here. Great. Now even Pearls is calling him Scruffy. Thanks, Francesca. They said something about investigation briefing earlier, right? Why don't we come back and try again when they're done? Alright, that's all we can do. Okay. Oh, the detention center was right there.
Ah, the lawyer dude. So what did you find out? Well, I'm still in the middle of investigating. I see. But I've already told you everything I know, dude. Can you tell me about your activities last night? After I got the award, I took a break and went back to my room. I had that post-ceremony stage show to do, so I was in my nickel samurai. And you were alone the entire time. Manager was busy running around. There's the press conference. He said he doesn't know. Okay, so let's repeat the stuff. When stuck, you can always try Magatamas to figure out what you might need. I mean, I know that 3 people have Cyclops. So I'm like, something. Was already dead, yeah. I'm thinking I present the guitar case, maybe the autograph to him. Right, same stuff. Yeah, same stuff. Let's just try. Right, he's like, I don't want to buy nothing. Nope. Alright, let's go throw the Magatama at people. I don't know, do I have enough? Do we have enough? Maybe it'll give us a hint on what to get. What you witnessed. Alright, I'll be honest with you for now. Then please tell us what you saw. But aw, what a waste. And here I have a perfectly good chance to have a little fun at your youngin's expense. I am a little devil after all. Doesn't that imply you aren't a good person? Alright, I'll give you what you want. This? Take that! That's Juan's autograph. Yes, it is. And it even says, to my dearest Wendy. That's me, right? Right? My name is Wendy Oldback, so that Wendy has to be me, right? Well, it may say Wendy, but somehow I don't think Juan had this Wendy in mind when he signed it. Oh, please give it to me. Let me have it, please. I can't let you have it just like that. Yes, I know. Then how about an exchange? Oh, let's freaking go. Ah, she must really want this autograph. My offer isn't good enough for you. Fine, Mr. Wright, you win. Wendy Oldbag, ready to open up her heart. All for my dearest one. Thank you. Oh my goodness, thank you, Wendy. I was so worried. I was like, please. Autograph given to Wendy, dearest. Here you go. Okay, so maybe the others won't be so bad. I feel bad for you now. Huh? I tell you, I saw him that night. I saw him coming out of Juan's room. That's so good. You're kidding. Old fake out walkout. It was about 10 minutes before Juan's body was discovered. It was just a coincidence. I was on my way to the toilet, minding my own business. And did you tell that to the police? Well, of course. I thought I could get a gift certificate or 2 out of it, maybe more. Wendy, that's not how that works. Gift certificate? I've been recruited again for that part of the trial. You know, the trial tomorrow. This time, you're gonna get it. I'm gonna work hard to get your client pronounced guilty. But Mr. Engard hasn't done anything bad. I don't care about details like that. I know he did my dear poor Juan, and I just do. That yellow-bellied chicken? A yellow-bellied chicken? I wonder what that would look like. I
trust my senses. I know when someone did something bad and I say he did it. What did Mr. Engard ever do to her to deserve this?
What did Mr. Engard do to make you so?
You don't know? That guy. He framed my Juan. He created that scandal that plagued poor Juan. Mr. Nick, what is it?
What's this scandal?
Oh, I'll tell you about that after we get home, okay?
Poor Juan, led astray by the vials of that vile temptress. Mr. Nick, what do vials and vile temptress mean?
Cover your ears, child.
How about we just listen to what Miss Oldbeck has to say for now, okay? So, Miss Oldbeck, who is this woman you're talking about?
Adrian Andrews, of course. Who else? That guy. He shoved the girl onto Juan on purpose. His own manager, but why? I thought lawyers were smart. It was to create a scandal to make Juan lose face. That girl drove Juan into a scandal that dragged his reputation through the mud. Sounds like a pretty standard definition of a scandal to me.
Why do you know about that anyway?
I'm one of Juan's biggest fans. I'm always out there gathering information. There's nothing I don't know.
And do you have proof that Mr. Engard did what you said he did?
Next week's issue of a certain magazine says so.
Oh, of course, a tabloid.
Next week, doesn't that mean it's something people don't know about yet?
Why would Miss Oldbag have information like that?
And where did she get it?
Hee 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 hee.
Just hee 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 hee.
Alright.
You got any secrets?
Sorry. Thanks for taking the time to take it out and show it to me, but I'm really sorry, I don't know a thing about it. Okay, you got no secrets. Alright, I guess we'll try you, Lotta.
Take that!
Lotta, did Lotta tell Wendy about it? Is that what happened? Big scoop.
Is that it?
Lotta, will you please answer my questions? On the night of the murder, why were you loitering around the victim's room?
I told you, didn't I? For my scoop.
What I want to know about are the details of this scoop.
That's not something I can tell you. I mean, that there's my bread and butter.
Alright then, an unpleasant tabloid photographer looking for a scoop. I'm gonna say that you were looking into a scandal. Could it be that you, Lotta Hart, were looking for a break with a huge story? Perhaps an unfolding scandal between Juan Corridor and...
Take that!
Adrian Andrews?
This woman.
She's Adrian Andrews, Matt Engard's manager.
Meh. The Nickel Samurai's manager caught secretly meeting with his rival, the Jammy Ninja. It would be the hottest story of the season, wouldn't it?
You're pretty good at this guessing thing, Mr. Lawyer. But you can't just make up any old thing and think it'll make the papers. You gotta have backup. Backup?
Yeah, you gotta have that. That's what it... News sauce?
You mean news source?
That's it.
So show me something that shows that Juan guy had something with Miss Andrews. Is it the wine? I don't think I have it. Oh, I'll lose 3. Ugh. Well, she mentioned it. Is it her?
Take that!
You really think I'm some kind of idiot, don't you? Oh, no. Don't you know pros don't go for a lead without proof it's something worth going after? Then this looks right up her alley.
Ah, dang it.
Good, solid news source. Okay, so I need something. Okay, so I feel like Wendy's holding out on me. But she said it's next week. Wendy.
God damn it, Wendy.
I don't know, do I need to examine?
looked at a hint because I was like, what? Where is this?
Apparently I'm supposed to be like, oh yes, I show this to you? Hey, that's Miss Andrews. She's Matt's manager. Actually, I was interested in her for a little bit, just a little. So Miss Powers likes this type of woman. What do you know about Miss Andrews? Well, see, here's the thing. I don't really know her, you know? There's sort of a small rumor going around about her right now. A rumor? Ah, if you're interested, I'd be glad to share what I know. He's so happy. He looks like a lion that's just found his next meal. All right. Tell me about the gossip. Would you mind telling me about this gossip? Ah, so you are interested in it. I figure you'd be. Such a weakness for celebrity gossip, too. Oh, you too, huh? Yeah, so take a look at this. Looks like a tabloid Miss Oldbag would read. All right, let's see here. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous to the mysterious yet beautiful manager to the stars, Miss AA. You see now, don't you? What? You can stop pretending to be in the dark, Mr. Wright. One quarter didn't have a manager of his own, which means if we're talking about a certain manager with the initials AA, Adrian Andrews. Yes, exactly. This is big news. But it seems kind of odd that woman, Miss Andrews, together with the biggest rival of her client. It's that wonderful thing that can only happen between two people. Mr. Powers looks so happy. Rose is just following along, not having any idea as to why he's smiling. Well, like the saying goes, one man's garbage is another man's treasure. That's horrible. But we have the thing, which means now we can go talk to Lotta. Take that! All right, I'm ready. Big scoop. We know all this dialogue. Da, 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 da. All right. Scandal with her. And then we have the proof. Almost the wrong button. And then this. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous to the mysterious. Da, 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 da. Let me check on my Trump, see if it's still good. Mr. Corridor didn't have a manager of his own. What's more, his rival, Mr. Engard's manager, and Adrian Andrews. God, it's a bit of a tongue twister, ain't it? She has the initials AA. You saw this article and then thought to take some pictures for them as proof. That's why you were lurking around Mr. Corridor's door last night. Ah. Gotcha. Now reveal your secrets as I take off my bracelet. Get my health back. You were looking into Mr. Corridor and Miss Andrews' affair, weren't you? You got it. I was gonna get myself a scoop by catching him in a secret meeting. But there's already an article about it in one of the weekly tabloid magazines. It's no longer breaking news. What you just say? Her initials are AA. What kind of vague thing is that? That ain't no proof of nothing. People are gonna want to see real proof. Well, at least I do. See, that's what I was doing. Ah, I punched my mic. That's what I was doing, getting photos. Ow. I'm gonna whip up the reader's interest in some gossip and a little misleading. That's horrible. Then spice it up a little and have myself an exclusive story. Hi, I accidentally punched my mic. I'm good. I just, you know, like, just all this. Plastic, then metal. Thank you. Instead of the normal breakfast, I think I should eat my leftover quesadilla. 30 seconds with the little lid thingy. Also, hold on 1 second. Okay.
I was like half paying attention.
About the victim was in the case. Okay, so whoever has her camera has it. Well, we did a bunch of stuff, so I'm assuming that now their little meeting is over. Yes! We should also save. Said they had an investigation briefing. Yeah. Oh, he's back. Oh, thank goodness. Well, we're gonna save anyway. Oh, so you came, pal. Why the blunt greeting? Because there's nothing to be friendly or happy about? What do you mean by that? Well, things look perfect this time around. The evidence and testimony are airtight. Big old gummy bear. But we can't just roll over and die. We have to stay positive. There is such a thing as toxic positivity. Just as an FYI, in case you didn't know, people are like, stay positive, stay positive, stay positive. There is such a thing as too much positivity. It's like, no, let me feel other emotions. So what do you mean the evidence is airtight? I can't give you all the detail, pal, but there's 2 big pieces. 2? And both of them are in this photo. Is it the juice and the knife? Oh no, it's the button. Oh, the big button. I see it now. The first is the button that's missing from the victim's chest. That's the button that you found during your body search on Mr. On Guard. Yep, I found in the folds of Nickel Samurai's special pants. And the second one is the knife in his chest. Fingerprints on the knife in his chest, to be exact. Fingerprints? What are those?
All these tough men keep lying.
All these tough men?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was really cool. Though, the crime scene is suspicious as hell.
That's how most crime scenes are.
No, but like, look at that. Notice anything very odd?
Did it?
I guess that is odd.
He poured himself a full glass and didn't drink it.
Well, I was also just gonna go with like this. There's all this stuff thrown around, but this glass is perfectly.
Yeah, it looked like it was poured out.
Yeah, so it's like.
Weird that he poured himself.
Yeah, exactly. Suspicious. That's what we're gonna figure out. And of course, the knife that's in his chest. I'm like, that's much too shallow to kill him. Also, there's hardly any blood. It's like one wound. I think he got drugged. 'Cause that's like a little steak knife.
Yeah, but he's got other debris on his shoulder.
What other debris?
Or is that like a strap?
That's the strap to his armor.
Oh.
Yeah. It's suspicious.
A little odd. Could be like tomato juice.
Oh no, that is tomato juice.
Yeah.
Or you're saying this
In
is
the crime scene, yeah.
Well, he's dead, so.
Yes, I mean. But he could be not dead from the knife, like you said.
Yeah. That's why I'm thinking maybe he got poisoned or something. Or drugged.
Yeah. Looks like there's like whiskey bottles down there.
Apparently these are cosmetic bottles. Like perfume and stuff.
Ah.
I'm gonna find out. That's my job.
Good luck.
Thank you. That's my job. I'm gonna investigate it.
You found his missing button yet?
His missing button was found on the guy that they're accusing of, but we have this ability to tell if people are telling us secrets or not. So I was like, did you kill him? No secrets. He's like, I didn't do it. And it's like, he's telling the truth. He did not kill him. They found the button on him, like in his costume. So they're like, we're arresting you. You killed him. And he's like, what? What do you mean I killed him? And they're like, the button is in your pants. And he's like, what button? And they're like, shit, that button. So I have to prove his innocence, but everyone's kind of like, no, you did it. You're guilty. It's, most Phoenix Wright cases. They're just like, we have solid evidence that you did it. And I'm like, actually, you just did a little more police work. You find out you're wrong. No, you have to be happy and smile all the time or else you bring others down. You're not allowed your feelings. I have unironically had people say this to me before. What? No. God, no. If someone says that to you, get them out of your little social circle. Because it's like, I'm sorry. Does that mean I can never come to you as a friend with some problems I'm having? And if you don't want that, that's fine. Some friends don't like doing that aspect of friendship. They're like, I only like you when you're happy. I don't like it when the real world is pooping on your life. And it's like, yeah, no one likes it when the world poops on them. I was like, emotions are important. We should, feel them. I've had one teacher say that to me. Kind of hard to remove them from my life. Wow. Don't talk to them about personal things. Tomorrow's trial, talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Alright, testimony. So what about this airtight testimony? It's an old security lady. I thought so. What do you mean you thought so? Did she tell you something? Well, and I even told her not to open that mouth of hers and blab to anyone. Her blab knob is stuck on 10. And there's no turning it down, trust me. Yeah, well, Miss Oldbag saw it all, pal. She saw Mr. Ungard come out of the victim's room around the estimated time of death. No way. Was it him, or was it the nickel samurai outfit? That's my question. Was it him, or was it the nickel samurai outfit? Alright, so what do you know about this? We're pretty interested in this bit of gossip ourselves. The scandal with Mr. Corrida, but why? Well, 2 years ago, a woman committed suicide. Oh, suicide? God damn it, Pearls, don't listen. Her name was Celeste Impax. And she was Juan Corridor's manager. So when Juan was 19, he had a manager. The victim's manager. But that's not all, pal. Miss Impax was Miss Adrienne Andrews' mentor. She taught Miss Andrews everything she knew about the business from square one. Her mentor? A woman who was both Mr. Corridor's manager and Miss Andrews' mentor. So maybe Miss Andrews was just like, you know, shooting the breeze with him. Like, hey man, what was my teacher like? Was she cool? Or are we thinking it was not a suicide? Do you want to know more about her? Yes, I'd like to know more about her. Can you tell me more about her? She was the victim's manager, was also Miss Adrienne Andrews' mentor. It's been 2 years since her suicide, and now those two are linked again by another death. Or maybe it's just a... Oh, she's coming! Oh, God. I'm getting sick of dealing with one foolish idiot after another. Miss Von Karma, you can't seem to stop allying yourself with the enemy, can you? I don't need a traitor in my midst. You don't mean... I do. Scruffy, you have 30 minutes to get out of here. You are no longer needed. Goodbye. That's... Wait. Please wait, sir. If I don't get this month's pay, I'll start... Quiet! If it weren't for traitors like you, I would have won. Is that what you want to say? Who? That voice. Yeah! It's Edgeworth! It's been a long time, right? Love the music. Love it.
This is Mr. Edgeworth?
What am I gonna do with you? Still blaming others when things go wrong. You haven't changed a bit, Francisca.
You! How dare you show your face to me without a shred of shame upon it?
You've soiled the Von Karma name, dragged it through the mud. You even ran away with your tail between your legs like the ill-bred dog you are. Oh! Are you talking about the Von Karma family creed? To be perfect in every way? Then let's hear it, Francisca. How are things going? I hear you are having a rough time maintaining perfection in this country. Oh! Oh! You seem to be getting crushed under the weight of it all. That's why I came back.
Keep your assumptions to yourself. I haven't given in yet. I won't lose. This case is mine. I'll never hand it over to you. Never. Mr. Phoenix Wright, I will see you tomorrow in court. It will be a clinical lesson on the meaning of total victory.
Still the same wild mare she always was. Wild!
Okay. What a thing to say. Still the same wild horse she's always been.
I thought you, the prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, had gone and died.
Mr. Nick!
I never wanted to see you again. I think that's enough of a warm welcome for someone you haven't seen in a year. Are you gonna run tomorrow's trial? You heard her, right? That wild mare hasn't given in yet, it seems. So no, I don't think I'll be making an appearance. Your hatred for me is quite unhealthy, not to mention one-sided. But I will say one thing. You can't win on your own at the trial tomorrow. What is that supposed to mean? I have something definitive that you lack. And working together is the definition of teamwork. It's the power to find the truth. The power of friendship? The truth? In order to understand this case, you have to understand a certain truth. Well, if you ever feel the need for my assistance, it is available to you. I'm not in charge of this case. He's alive!
Yeah, we know.
So I can be a bit more generous with information. Just what is going on inside his head?
Probably like my boyfriend didn't even compliment my new jacket.
It's not even a new jacket, it's the same jacket.
I bet it's a new jacket, it just looks the same.
Right? He's like, this isn't magenta red anymore. This is like teal red, seal blood.
Burgundy.
This is burgundy? You didn't even say I have a new jacket? A lot of things have happened. However, Manfred von Karma was still my mentor, and a perfect win record is proof of a von Karma. 1 year ago, you could not establish guilt in a few cases. Are those losses the reason you suddenly disappeared from the prosecutor's office? Did you leave because you had lost your perfect win record? I think he left because the man who trained him killed his father and was like, ha 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 ha.
Look at what a sad look that is. That question hurt for him to get asked.
Yeah, it's just like...
It's like, you think it's about that? Oof.
And he's like, bro, you were there. You figured it out that my mentor who cared for me and like tried to heal me from my trauma.
Phoenix, you fucking idiot.
I know, you idiot.
To think your motivation for prosecuting trials was so selfish. It'd been better for everyone if you never came back from the dead, Edgeworth. Phoenix! Phoenix! I see. Then let me ask you something. Why do you stand in the courtroom? What is your reason? Oh. Well, with Francisca, she almost always says, I will defeat you this time the instant she sees me. But the courtroom is not a personal battlefield for prosecutors and lawyers. Oh, look at his little teeth. I stand in the courtroom to defend my client. By you again. He's like, I'm ready to play. Oh, he's gonna get you. To save their lives, to save your client, you say. Those who think only of their own ego-driven goals. Those kind of prosecutors are reprehensible to me. Even if you're a prodigy, or someone like you, Edgeworth.
It looks like there's still a lot you have yet to learn. A lot I have yet to learn? Me? Yeah, Phoenix. Well, that's enough for now. The time when you see is coming soon enough. Alright, it's still interesting to me to tone down version of Francisca theme from Miles' return. It is interesting. He left after Rise from the Ashes, which chronologically happened after the Manfred trial. Remember Nat's comment to Miles, you and I are no different, give it time and you'll become just like me. Oh, that's what pushed him to leave. So he was worried he was gonna end up just like him. Got it.
Ooh, look at that flicky tail.
Yeah, he's fighting. He got me in the back of the leg. I sat
Get him!
on top
Oh!
of him and he's like,
You better get them ankles, Russell. Go get those ankles.
Russell's is playing with the roommate. It's just hard with them ankles. All right, well, do you know anything about her? This woman is another key to solving this case, right? Because he said he was open to help me. Do you really think so? She was Adrian Andrews' mentor a long time ago, but she was suddenly called away by a different show and became Juan Corridor's manager. And then a few months later, she died. But her death was ruled a suicide, right? Yes. But there is still one riddle we've yet to solve. A riddle? Her suicide note. It went missing. No one could find it. Oh. A suicide note that just vanished? It disappeared suddenly a year ago. Okay, let's talk about it. Was most certainly a suicide. Of that, there's no mistake. Okay, so it is a suicide. However, we could not find her suicide note. Well then, I didn't even know it's a suicide. That's when the police began to suspect that someone had hidden it. I wonder what she said. The suicide note? But how do you know Miss Impax had even written such a note? There was no solid evidence. However, we did find traces of ink on her right index finger, which makes the likelihood of a note very high. But who would hide such a thing? The police think it was Mr. Juan Corridor himself. I keep saying his name wrong, I'm sorry. The victim. He was the one who found her body. That's a lot for a 19-year-old, which makes him the only person who had a chance to hide her suicide note. Hid his own manager's suicide note, but why? As long as her note is missing, any speculation beyond this is meaningless. For now, I think you should look this over. This is the suicide report, part 1 anyway. Part 1? Deceased found, was it hidden? Okay.
Can you give me part 2? I don't like to look through reports. I like suicide reports even less. Worst of all are the reports that have multiple parts like that one. That has 2. 2 parts? Will you just hand me as the first part of the report? Here is the second part. Why would you not just hand them both to me?
The second part of the report is about an attempted suicide. The attempter's name... it's Adrian Andrews!
Miss Andrews? What did she do? She tried to kill herself? She doesn't seem like the kind of person trying to kill herself. There is a child here. You think she's a strong career woman? That's just what she wants you to think. Adrian Andrews, she has a certain secret she's always trying to hide.
A secret?
Her dependent nature. That's what she's really like on the inside.
Miss Andrews, dependent?
Talk about the exact opposite of what that woman is.
Okay, so now we have both parts.
Can I talk about it? Or do I have to present it again?
Two parts? No, he's gonna say the same thing. I'm so confused. She holds a large secret within herself, a secret. You can't help but feel that this whole case revolves around her. I'm trying to get the second report, because I have the suicide report. Oh, not that. Oh, there it is. I was like, ugh, I see it now. Oh, I was like, give me the second report. What's this about Miss Andrews having a dependent nature? Adrian Andrews' attempt at suicide was a few days after the death of Celeste Impacts. And why did Adrian Andrews think about committing suicide? Because she had apparently lost her will to live. Lost her will? But why would she? Someone she cared about went poof. Her pillar of strength, her mentor Celeste Impacts, was gone forever. That's why. Thank you, Lewis, because I was like, where's the second report? Why would that... Is this what they call following someone to the grave? Oh, God. After her attempted suicide, Adrian Andrews started attending counseling sessions. She is someone who needs a person in whom she can trust absolutely. And once she finds that person, she'll do anything she can to keep them near. Without such an anchor in her life, her crippling anxiety stifles her ability to live. And that's the nature of her dependency on others. When Celeste Impact suddenly committed suicide, the world before her turned pitch dark. That's according to Adrian Andrews herself. Then that means her super confident attitude. It's all a facade. She's only copying her mentor's behavior to hold herself together. How terrible. There we go. Now we have the attempted thing. I was like, meh. Okay. And now with these... Now... It feels silly, but I feel like I don't show this to you, right? Or do I? Appearances can be deceiving. It's such a cliche saying it, but it's a cliche because it's true. Miss Andrews, to think that behind that unwavering brave front, she's been hiding this weakness and fear. Okay. All question marks. Would we talk to him? Would we talk about your boss? Okay, no. He's got no secrets. Nope, not this. Wait, my brain's thinking. I have the new lady.
Do you know anything about that? Oh. What's wrong? How much do you know? What do you mean, how much? Mr. Lawyer, I may be your client, but I hope you will keep yourself out of my personal life. Huh? No, I would never. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a lunch appointment I have to keep. You're in detention. Who in the world are you gonna eat with? The security guard? Mr. Nick, the Celeste Impacts lady. Somehow I get the feeling she's a very important person in all this. Okay, so he just poofed out. So I think we should go talk to the manager lady. That's what I'm guessing. All right. Oh, Miss Andrews is here, but it looks like she's talking with someone. That's Francisca von Karma. Miss von Karma. What are you doing here? Well, you see, I'm his lawyer, so you've got some nerve following me around. Following you?
That's you, Miss Von Karma. You're the one doing the following.
Pearls?
You're always following after that Mr. Detective with the little beard.
Me?
Following after Scruffy. Don't make me laugh. Let me show you something interesting.
Oh my god, there's a tracker out of...
What is that?
An electromagnetic receiver. I planted a tracking device on the detective. And with this, I know that fool's every move. You're not disproving that you're not following him. You are following him. So that noise we heard was this receiver. I feel really sorry for poor Detective Gumshoe now. Now then, let's stop wasting time. Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? Alright. What were those two talking about? Miss Andrews, she seems a little dazed, doesn't she? Alright, well... It's gonna be a bit tough, but... I'd like to ask you about this. I told you I hate trifling matters. Trifling? I'd like to ask you about this? Alright, well let's get her profile. Okay, so I guess it's just Magatama time. Alright. Magatama time. Take that! Oh, you know what I just realized I should have done? I should have done the whole, like, mountain guard thing. Oh, no. Why was Juan Corridor murdered? If you ask me, I think you know the reason he was killed. Why are you hiding things? Don't you realize you're putting his life in danger by your accidents? Why do you ask questions for which I have no answers? The truth is, I was not that close to Mr. Corridor. You were not that close? That's right, I've never been good at being intimate with another person. You're not good at being intimate with another person? Somehow I highly doubt that. Right? I'm assuming. Take that! I'm very bad at connecting with people. They're so depressing for the most part. But I especially dislike female-minded individuals. Yes, well, that's why I don't think I could ever be intimate with you. What? 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 She's saying I'm both depressing and stupid? But I'm certain you were very close with the victim. Say that all you like, but you still don't have any proof. Well, hold on now. Hold on. Do I need to show your client? I asked to become Mr. Engard's manager. He's a pleasure to manage with his nice disposition. Mr. Engard does seem like a rather weak-willed man, always doing as he's told. He's always saying, my manager, right, Mr. Nick? Right? And then what about him? Did you know? I knew him. The world's such a small place after all. Did you know about his rivalry? Right? And then she's like, oh, they were super silly. They were like children. Right? She knows more than she's letting on. Okay. But Celeste
Celeste is who you were friendly with.
Take that!
I'm gonna try again. Maybe I selected somebody else on accident. No, but they said women. Woman-minded. Oh, I see. Is it the article to be like, you are intimate?
Take that!
Okay, I see.
Had an intimate relationship, did you not? A silly third-rate tabloid article. If you even had half your wits about you, you wouldn't believe such rubbish. Well, it seems quite a few people have already bought into this story. As to be expected in a world filled with crooks and liars. Note to self, stay on our good side. In any case, I despise interpersonal relationships like that. I see. However, what if there was a need for you to get close to someone? Me? Need to get close to Mr. Corridor? As if there was ever such a need. Didn't you get close to Mr. Corridor for this person's sake? Oh. Now it's manager.
Take that!
Celeste Impacts, your mentor. How do you know about Celeste? There we go. Miss Impacts, she committed suicide, didn't she? But it looks like no one knows why. Right before her death, she was Juan Corridor's manager, Corrida. So I believe you got close to Mr. Corrida so you could find out more about her suicide. You have a great imagination. You may have a future yet as a slimy muckraker for a putrid third-rate tabloid. Miss Andrews, there was no mystery surrounding her death. None. It would be pointless for me to force myself into a relationship for nothing. Is that really true? Was there really no mystery at all? I don't believe you were completely at ease with the way her suicide was resolved because... suspicious.
Take that!
Suspicious. Oh, was never found, was it? Oh, it looks like the police were under the suspicion that someone had hidden it. Like maybe the person who discovered her body, Mr. Corrida? Juan? And Miss Andrews, I believe you thought the same thing. That is why you became intimate with Mr. Corrida. I've sat by quietly and listened to your insulting ramblings long enough. It's true that Celeste was my mentor. However, allow me to say this again. It had nothing to do with me. I didn't even know that her suicide note was never found. I'm a person who doesn't care about what goes on in the lives of others. That's the impression you like to give. However, I don't think that's who you really are. What? I have evidence that says otherwise. This is proof that Celeste Impacts was someone very special to you, because you tried to join her in the afterlife. Miss Andrews, you nearly went through it with it too, didn't you? Went through with what? Ending your life? Yeah. Miss Andrews, you look and act like a very strong woman who has it all together. You don't ask for anyone's help, relying only on yourself. Yes, I've been very independent ever since I can remember. Hyper-independence, it's a trauma response. However, that is all just a lie, a facade. You've always searched out people on whom you can depend on. You were dependent on Miss Imbex, weren't you? Which is why, when she passed away, you lost everything you had. Oh. Okay. When Celeste passed away so suddenly like that, I died a death of my own. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about what had become of her note. You must have heard about the police report. The one that said the police suspected Mr. Corrida of hiding Mrs. Imbax's note. You heard about it and thought to recover it from him by getting close, am I right? If that's the case, then everything changes. What do you mean? What topic did we start this conversation on again? It was why was the victim killed? Exactly. Somehow, Miss Andrews, it seems that you have become the one with the reason to want Mr. Corrida dead. Me? Miss Impacts was everything to you. And then she died. And you would do anything to find out why she killed herself. It's pretty... Even commit murder. Murder! Let's freaking go.
Heck yeah.
Alright, motive for murder. It's true, I am a woman who can only live in insecurity. I'm physically small and I don't really have a lot of self-confidence. I've pushed against all that, though. I've tried to live strongly. I never wanted anyone to find out the truth. Miss Andrews! This one thing, it's the one thing I wanted to take with me to the grave. Oh, that you were shy? You know, it was my secret, mine and mine alone. I'm sorry. You probably think I'm a worthless human being right now, don't you? Whoa, no, that's extreme. Please, Miss Andrews, all I want to know is the truth. After Celeste passed away, I heard that someone had hidden her suicide note. This bangs are bothering. You. Sorry, those bangs, I was like, ugh. And that someone was Juan Corrida, Celeste. Without her, I became scared. Everything. Everyone seemed like they were out to get me. It's a fair fear. So you got close to Mr. Corrida to recover her suicide note, correct? Looks like that tabloid reported the truth after all. Ironic, isn't it? Well, like they say, where there's smoke, there's fire. And if they purposely add fuel to the fire, they keep the celebrity world burning. But as for the suicide note, I didn't and wouldn't kill anyone for it. It just doesn't suit me, that's all. Murder. It just doesn't suit me. Well, it's enough for now. I still have work to do, so I understand. Oh, I have one small favor to ask. My attempted suicide, I'd like for you to keep it a secret. Miss Andrews. If people found out about my weakness, I would sooner choose to die than live. Okay, I understand. We'll keep it a secret. Miss Andrews, I guess she's the overthinking type. She probably never says anything without carefully thinking it through first. Thank you for your discretion. So I have a feeling if I talk about it, I get that ending. Mr. Nick, can I ask you something? What is it? Miss Andrews has been playing with that card in her hand since a little while back. Yeah, I guess she has. Miss Andrews, what is that card you're holding? Huh? Oh, this? I don't quite know. It just suddenly appeared in my handbag. Is that like the D-Killers thing? Looks like a seashell. That's what it looks like, doesn't it? I honestly don't remember owning this card. I wonder where I picked it up from. Her not remembering something clearly sounds like it would be a rare occurrence. Well, I must be off. I leave Mr. Ungard in your capable hands. Why the quotes? Why the quotes? Well, I think we've gathered about all we can. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? I have no idea. She looks so worn out by all this. She hasn't slept at all and has been walking all over the place with me today. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? Let's go back to the office for a little while. You're really tired, right?
I want a nap.
Murder? No, it didn't feel like it. Now it happened 2 days earlier or 1 day later.
That day.
I'm okay, really. I'm fine. I'm waiting for it to just... Oh, you don't look fine to me. Alright, I guess we're gonna go back to the office because you're sleepy. Move, I have a tired child on my hands. Just hushoo. Alright, go take a nap. So, what now? Well, we did find one thing out for sure. Miss Andrews has a motive. You mean Miss Impact's suicide note? That's right, she was also the one to discover the victim's body. Clever.
Mr. Nick, the transceiver.
Hello? Ryan Cole offices? Mr. Attorney, you're not answering a phone. Maya, where's Maya? Just straight to business. Ah! As promised, I have not gone within a few feet of her this whole time. Well, are you feeding her? Which is why I suppose she's absolutely famished. Sorry. Called it. What? So I suggest you win a quick acquittal, my friend. At any cost. Wouldn't you agree? Wait, Maya, let me hear her. Very well. Ask my... Maya, is that you? Sis, ask my sis. Maya! Damn it. He cut me off. So, this guy is saying at any cost, I need to get this acquittal. So I'm thinking I have to share the suicide thing, you know? Right? Pearl didn't know what lawyer was, didn't know what incident was, could hardly say names, but now she's like, oh, I follow all the suicide talk. It all makes sense to me. Sis, what does she mean by that? Come on, Phoenix. The dead sister. I'm sorry. This one, yes. Jesus Christ, the outfit. Mia! I have a message from Maya, so come, ask me anything you want about her. Okay. How's Maya? She's safe for now. That kidnapper's one to keep his word, it seems.
I'm glad to hear she's safe, but Maya, how did you know? As soon as she was locked up, Maya called for me. I read the note she left. Then I gathered as much information about her surroundings as I could. I didn't know you could use spirit channeling like that. It's like, ma'am, TOS. Pretty smart of her. The kidnapper, what's he like? I don't know. Apparently Maya went to answer a phone call at the hotel and was drugged there. And she didn't see the face of her attacker. Maya's locked up in a very dark place right now. I'll tell you everything I heard when I was with her. When you were with her? Oh, when you were possessing her? Date, time, location? We have no idea. It's just here. It's happening. I'm starving. I could really go for some apple pie, or maybe I'll just pop open these bottle of wines. I mean, at a time like this, sweets are the only way to go. I have to stay positive. He promised he wasn't gonna kill me. I'm not gonna die. All right, well, before it gets too cold, I'm gonna eat my quesadilla. She got shot? Oh my god. I hope you enjoyed my present this morning. Oh. Yes. Wait. No, wait, yes. Because he's gonna work with me, right? We're gonna be friends. God, your music's dope. Luckily, I have looked over this case and I'm familiar with the details. I wonder if there's a card nearby. Conveniently, Maya finds a card 2 feet away. Almost seems a little planned, doesn't it? Prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Mattengard. The court acknowledges the prosecution, right? I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Huh? Now then, prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. Witness, your name and occupation, as I say, because we are now in the trial. And I don't know what's gonna happen. My name's Gumshoe. I'm a detective down at the precinct. For now. After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge. Detective Gumshoe! The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, detective. That was just, she's been shot. Like, it is. Just like, what? Now, let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is gonna be one very rough fight. Yeah, I would have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. I like you. Bare facts of the case. This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes Awards ceremony. The victim, Juan Corrida, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. There is something suspicious. However, we later found out the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. No, there is something suspicious. After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room? Yes, sir. Both the victim and the defendant went alone to their rooms. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. There is something suspicious. Okay, hold on. 1. Then again, this is an odd line. We believe he was definitely murdered? The cause of death? Wasn't that because Mr. Corrida was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good look, hard look at the crime photo. Now, a real pro's attention will be drawn here to this bandana. Oh. Banana? His bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped tightly around his neck. Oh, his banana-scented bandana. Then what about the knife? It seemed to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. This case is just destroying everyone. Maya getting kidnapped, Gumshoe getting fired, Francisca getting shot, Matt getting arrested, Corrida getting murdered, Andrews getting confronted with her trauma, and DPD. Only Miles seems to be safe for now. Or is he? We have a crafty murder on our hands here. Strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. There we go, because I was like... Autopsy, okay. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about them. Yes? Yes? And why did you think that? Because it was empty, pal. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar, and we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. Oh, then how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that? We thought of that too, but... The only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. Only the victims, huh? I see, and so much for my theory then. Some water on the top bears his fingerprints. I feel like I should press on that. What convinced you had nothing to do with the case? The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Well then, where was it? The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Corrida, had apparently only taken the case with him. So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? Yep.
Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. So the guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel. Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all. I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Matt and Guard? Because there was reason enough to suspect him. Here it comes. Looks like Edgeworth's back in full swing. Plot twist, Miles is the real culprit. Right? Oh my god, could you imagine? That would be amazing. Oh my god, that'd be such an amazing twist where he's like, I came back as a prosecutor and a murderer. Please testify about this matter. Yeah, bro. You gotta give me your full testimony. Yeah, why arrest him? Matt Guard and Juan Corrido were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's the Jammin' Ninja's button. It was ripped off. The ninja costume was found in Mr. Guard's hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant bought the knife. Bought the knife? The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. He bought it. I thought he used it for his T-bone steak dinner. So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. Sticky? Gatewater is engraved. Yeah, I was like, what do you mean bought it? And there's this button. That was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? And is this button also covered in blood? Yes, and we know that the blood on it is the victim's blood, sir. What? Jammin' Ninja's button. Found in his clothes, okay. All this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, Wright? I'll find the hole in your argument somehow. You can press as hard as you like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. Miles, can you just, like, chill? Alright, where is their little thing? Okay. Because I'm like, he didn't buy it.
Objection!
He didn't buy it. You mean brought? Wait a second. What? So the basis of your argument that this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client bought a knife beforehand? Miles just lost his chill. Trust me, you'll experience it clear enough. That's right, pal. The defendant did not buy this knife. Huh? Take a good look at the handle of this knife and you'll see what I'm talking about. Huh? It has a Gatewater seal set into the handle. Gatewater? I think I've heard that name somewhere before. That's the name of the hotel, the Gatewater Hotel. Uh-oh. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel, which means this murder was not premeditated. Okay, at least got that out of there. Yes, that's very true. This is a very big... What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. How so? I admit this knife is hotel property. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this. But I didn't know. Oh. The question is, where did this knife come from? Why, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Corrido's fruit. Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table. A knife. It's not his knife. There is a knife and a fork on the table. Then, where in the world did this knife come from? Supposedly, this knife came from across the hall. If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt Guard, who's missing a knife, and they had a T-bone steak, which those usually have knives. Oh, this is not looking good. There is something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife? Miles? We don't need your tomfoolery. We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating what you noticed the knife was missing, we came to the conclusive that Mr. Mountain Guard's knife was missing. Mr. Mountain Guard had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit to
To kill, of course.
Yeah, but like it's not looking too great for us. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder. Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction. It seems like Edgeworth had this plan from the very beginning. This must be one of those traps, and I just walked headlong into it. Headlong? Head first? A murder weapon with fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. There's quite a sizable amount of evidence here. You're not helping. I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of your Honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court.
Evidence not yet shown.
He means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence. What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright? Well, Phoenix. The judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here, that gavel of his will be ringing out to the sound of our defeat. Mr. Wright, do you have...
Ah! I was able to save.
Yes? Yes? Yes. 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 There's one piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something that this court has yet to see. Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I am giving you one chance, and only one. What the judge is saying, right, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here. If I mess this up, it's curtains for us all.
Oh, you'll take the entire bar.
You may now present one and only one piece of evidence. Now then, what is this important evidence that you must show to the court?
I want to say it's the wine glass.
Take that! This is a wine glass, is it not? Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. Right, because it's super odd. You getting strangled? Your arms be flailing. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken, his makeup was all over the floor. These were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser. Well, yes, I see your point. However, this glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over along with everything else is this wine glass. Sus. Be funny if it's just sus. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. You know what? I kind of want to see a courtroom, like a lawyer, just be like, Your Honor, this piece of evidence is sus. God, could you imagine? It'd be great. Give me that Gen Z millennial court. Well, what do y'all have to say? Ah, well, yes. It is a little peculiar. Yes, isn't it? I thought it was. You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Mr. Edgeworth? What is it, Your Honor? Your opinion? You don't need my opinion. Because there is no special meaning to that glass. I feel like I'm on the right track. What? Your Honor, the witness is a sucky baka full of crap. Full of crap. Sussy baka full of cap. I like that. That's... I need to see it now. I need to see it. Make court fun again. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example, she could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. That does sound very plausible. Mr. Wright? Could Miss Andrews really have set the glass down without thinking? I want to say no way, because, you know, she's very calm and in control. And I just think even if you were shocked, I don't think you'd be like, you hold something that's not going to spill. Be like, oh, I'm so shocked, dead body.
You know, like I don't see that. No. No. If I appear weak here, the trial is over. I can look for my proof later. For now, I should trust my instinct and point with certainty.
They just might fall for it if you're thought-provoking enough.
The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table. Oh, you've turned the situation on its head yet again as usual. Bluff it. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim? There's no way he has any, he's just bluffing. Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it. Oh, fudge, what? What do you have?
You're not thinking hard enough today, right? Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice? Then, of course it has been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints. Fingerprints. Drats. There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass. Only one? Well, whose were they? Let me guess, they were Andrews. They were hers.
And he's gonna be like, it, sussy baka.
They were not the victims nor the defendants, rather they were one Andrian Andrews. Yet again, another trap has snapped, and it cut you right through the ankle. Ah! My ankle!
Shia LaBeouf. You're walking through the woods, trying to avoid him when Shia LaBeouf. Ah, a bear trap. Shia LaBeouf. Sorry. It's such a good song. That is why I said the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? I can't believe I fell into another trap. Miss Andrews is probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Corrida. Oh my god! Upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. That seems like such an odd thing to do. I'm so stunned, I'm just gonna... What you just said makes a lot of sense. Now do you see, Wright? You can't change any parts of my scenario as it explains everything all too well. I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor, and from here on out, I will show you the answer I've come to discover. Wait a second. Mr. Edgeworth, I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict. What did? What? Huh? Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from. Another witness? Wait, he's helping me. He was ready to win. He's like, the judge is about to rule. Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness. What in the world's Mr. Edgeworth thinking? He's just gonna probably utterly destroy me. Oh. It's gotta be. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. I swear if you were tat-a-tat-tat-tat. Witness, your name and occupation, please. I just thought how fun it'd be to have a prosecutor whose entire theme is being an actual hunter talks in comparison to defendant.
Well, there, defense. Looks like you've stepped right into my trap and set it off. Looks like I'm gonna be cooking you up for supper tonight.
You know, like some weird hunter euphemisms.
There he is, there's our boy.
I wonder what happened to that calm composure he had earlier. Wait. She did a rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat, which is a gun, and Edgeworth has trauma from being shot at. Our boy had a trauma response. Oh no. Oh no. Since we last met, she'd be more happy to see me. I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet? It was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand. I'll tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today I'm gonna tell you anything and everything. Even things that don't have to do with that terrible crime. Miss Witness, that terrible crime is all this court needs to know. Oof, shush, I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps. Yes, madam. No, please, by all means, interrupt her, please. Anyway, witness your testimony, please. It's true what they say that youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with? You know, a Yu-Gi-Oh crossover would be nice. You've activated my trap card! The witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Miss Oldbag? It was a great job being able to see my dearie Juan. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle. You mean, you were a fan of the victim?
Look, everyone is crazy over that Engard saying he's cute in a fresh way or something, but not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. They're the same age. I'm only interested in a real man, Juan Corrida. But those two were Stop. Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night. Very well, please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder. Well, apparently Lotta was outside the door, right? They've already done a latent crossover, so clearly they're open to it. They have? Oh, that's amazing. That's a good game. All right, what did you witness? Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was Engard, Matt Engard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. Okay. So, Mr. Engard came out from the victim's room. I see it has to be him. He's the murderer. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. That second statement, I think, right? That's the one where she was like, I was here to snoop. Like, what's that about? Right? What is this? Something you were interested in? And just what was that? It's not something little thing I can just go around telling everyone, you know? It's top secret between me and Juan. And Edgy Poo, of course. Mr. Edgeworth, what is this thing she was interested in? I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor. Gossip? The tabloid. She wanted to prove it. But should it prove relevant, we can always have it appear in her testimony later. Looks like we shouldn't force it right now. Okay, so don't do it now. That's what the game is saying. They're like, we know you have the clipping. And did the witness stay in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time? Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. I'm gonna just check on that. Who in the world was that? I'm not allowed to say. This sort of information has to be carefully guarded from the masses, Sonny. The man that came out of Juan's room, I'm too scared I can't say his name out loud. Oh, what I wouldn't give to have Francisco's whip right about now. Well, I guess I can tell you since he was such a bad boy anyway. Was on guard, Matt. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. Let's do some more pressing. You saw my client? Are you sure about that? Yes. Really? Because he said he was in his outfit after the ceremony. Annoying brat. When I say I saw someone, I saw that person. Why do I get a sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. What were they wearing? Please tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail. What a troublesome man you are, really, as if something like that matters. But it does. Now what was it? Oh yes, it was that thing. What thing? That gaudy thing he's always wearing, that racing jacket. Ah, he was wearing that at the detention center too. I thought he said he was in his outfit. That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Men. Right? So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way? I want to say it is because he said he was in his clothes, so Of course it was important, Your Honor. And perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important. Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket to be appended to her testimony? Appended? Appended? I don't quite see where you're going with this, but alright. Ah, well, I don't like to be badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must. He was wearing his flashy racing jacket. Honestly, it's all just for show. I'm gonna press her on that. Are you sure the defendant was wearing a racing jacket? What do you think? It's not like I've seen him in anything other than that horrible thing. I'm sure he was wearing it. She's so sure of herself, that's the point of self-absorption. She may not remember things or be mistaken here and there, but I don't think she's lying. That's bad for us. That's how the human mind is. She stayed under a few interesting... Hold on. But they found the button in his hakama that he was supposedly wearing. Okay, hold on. Then where was this?
Let's freaking go.
What? Don't say my name for no reason. Do you know what this is? Ah, it's a button number 2 on the Jammin' Ninja's costume. Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance. Give it here! Give it here! If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this. Wow, she really is a diehard fan to want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. Enguarde's body during a full body search. See? See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it was that rascal Enguarde. Okay, she's not. It was caught up in the pleats of his nickel samurai hakama pants. See? You're not getting it, but you know what? You're gonna get there. You're gonna get there and it's gonna be fine. And Enguarde is the nickel samurai. Okay. Witness. Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination, but just now, didn't you say the defendant, Matt Enguarde, was wearing his usual racing jacket? Ah, I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I were the trendiest dress that— oh, okay. CD, what? I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna let her fly, if you will. Now hold your tongue still there for 1 second. So what you saw in actuality was not Mr. Enguarde, the man, but Mr. Enguarde, the nickel samurai? But when you think about it, and we're back here again. They're really one and the same anyway. Miss Oldbag, this is a very important point we're talking about.
Edgy Poo, do you think so too?
Well, it might be something worth considering. Just say it's important and agree with me for a change. Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify. All right, if you insist. I should be the one sighing, not you. All right, who I saw. Let's get this situated. Enguarde, yes, now I remember. The nickel samurai, that's right, it was the nickel samurai that I saw. So you saw him, but not... Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn that nickel samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. Okay, it's possible. I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume. What? Did you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy, thinking such rude things. But the possibility does exist. Ah, youngins today, I told you, there is no way it was anyone else. How do you know that? Because I said so, and what I say is the truth. At least she's just as delightful as a witness as she was a year ago. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. I'm just gonna... I think I can press on everything, but just in case. Just in case. Will you please get to the point? Watch your language. What sort of tone is that to make Gwyneth elder? You keep on barking at me, I'll start singing at the top of my lungs. Striking figure by the sea, standing all alone as he. He's the nickel samurai. She's actually singing. Someone help my poor ears. Mr. Edgeworth, can you please do something about this racket? Witness, I'll give you a piece of gum later if you'll be good and stick to just the facts. Okay. You promise, right? Right? I'll be sending the bill for the chewing gum to your office at a later date. Remind me to send you a thank you note later too, Edgeworth, old chum. Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago, you said he was wearing his racing jacket, and now he's not? Not too long ago? Then let me ask you this. When were you itty-bitty? What was your grand dream? Huh? What did you want to be when you grew up, whippersnapper? My dream? Well, I wanted to be Judge Wagner, hero of the public courts, so what? See? And look at where you are now. You're not Judge Wagner, are you? Well, what I said earlier. Who puts any weight into things like that? The now is everything. I can't be held responsible for the past. Since when did court become theatrics over testimonies? All that matters is that man who was inside that costume. Isn't that enough? And why would that be? That way, no one could see his face, of course, but there's still no advantage for him that I can see. In fact, you would think the costume would make him stand out all the more. You are such an annoying child. You know that? You disagree with everything I say. Isn't that what you're always doing to me? I got it. Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume. I would agree that is a solid point to make. He had to go to that post show. Was there anyone else scheduled to appear at the post-ceremony show? Well, all the contestants were supposed to go on stage in a friendly gesture thing. And that included the Jammy Ninja. Of course it included him. That's why when Engar came out of Dear Juan's room, I didn't give it a second thought. Well, anyway. So he must have worn it. So let me ask you one last time. The person you saw, it really was the Nickel Samurai. As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning? Can I throw in the towel yet? You don't need to think too hard on this one. Huh? There's a contradiction in her testimony and it's sitting in plain sight. The question is what that contradiction means for us. Well, I have to figure out what you're talking about first, but okay. What do I have? What do I have? But he stabbed him when he was dead. I don't know. Objection! Oh, thank God. I was like, I don't know. All right, please take a look at this.
Yeah, so it's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work.
No, that's not my intention at all. That's the knife that was used in the murder. Your Honor, do you know why that piece of evidence is important to this case? You don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it. But if his fingerprints are on it, is that what you're driving at? That's exactly what I'm driving at. What are we driving at? On whose car are we driving? If Mr. Engard was really in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder, how did his fingerprints get on it? Actually, he wouldn't have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife. Blah, 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 blah. He would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off. Well, that's right. The Nickel Samurai wears gloves, doesn't he? And claws. He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing. And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There is no way he would do something like that. He's not that much of an idiot. However, there is one possibility. Let's hear your possibility. It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the Nickel Samurai. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just gonna relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off. And then was like, 1 second, let me go back to my room and yeah. But the murder still did take place. It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. Yes, I've heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory? It's so silly. So let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with this theory? I want to say there is a contradiction, but I'm like, is that silly me to think? I'm gonna go, yeah. A contradiction. This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. What are you babbling about? Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Engard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. Because the knife was from his room. I'm just gonna come to your room, chit chat. Oh, I don't like what you said. 1 second, take my gloves off, go back to my room, grab a knife. Dumb. Take that! You're dumb! This knife, this was used by Mr. Engard at dinner. Yes, we did establish that, which means that if my client was in fact the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Corita. I suppose. However, you just said it yourself. At the time, the defendant held no intent to murder. So why would he bring the knife? If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from the substitution one? From substitution? He's throwing a big word.
Accidental solutions, accidental.
And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it like bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us. I love that she's just holding the gun the whole time. Order, I say, order in my court. Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would they murder or do such a thing? To frame Matt Engard. It's to frame my client, Mr. Engard, of course. To frame. Objection! Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one? But we just established that the witness saw the nickel samurai in costume. And if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. Right? She's ready to shoot anybody who's mean to her little edgy poo. Looks like I've made your life a teeny bit more difficult, huh, edgy poo? He's like, I detest this woman so much. Witness, did you or did you not really see the nickel samurai? Well, I guess at first I thought I might have forgotten, but are you saying you mixed up Mr. Engard with the nickel samurai, his character on TV? But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Yes, you can. Fix your testimony. Look, I was waiting around in front of their doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the nickel samurai, that's for sure. She wasn't waiting for the nickel samurai? All right, then who were you waiting around for then? That's top secret to anyone outside of security. I have a feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Juan Corita. Am I correct, witness? The way you think. You are the sad amateur of the terrible case of nearsightedness. Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of? So Abag was waiting around in front of the victim's room. Not for the victim, but for... Maybe. Phoenix, maybe the old bag was waiting around for that person. It's who I think it is. It's certainly a possibility. You were waiting around for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? Yes, where is she? Take that! Who is this person? This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. Engard's manager. But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation as I get something in my eye again. Okay. Oh, this is, oh, he's reading the tabloid. He's like, oh my, oh, spicy, oh. The judge seems to be really into the article, if it can be called such a thing. Then this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's Adrian Andrews? Without a doubt, the witness thought so as well. Looks like you found me out. Yeah, you're pretty easy to suss out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then. Witness, what in the world are you... Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. Very bad feeling. I've got some information, some very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation. In secret, of course. But what for? Oh, just for myself. Personal reasons and all that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here? I don't really want to do this. However, I cannot simply let this point slide. I see. I love it. He's like, I don't want to do this. Very well then, witness, please testify about this secret information. Get ready. It's gonna take the wind out of you young'uns. I'm sure we're all capable. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old. Let her have her fun. Let her do her little rat-tat-tat-tat thing. It's quite delightful. Secret information. That Engard is one evil, evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal, so to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret. You got that? Nobody else but you and me. But you and me know yet, okay? You just told an entire courtroom. I think everybody knows now. What? Nobody's above gossip. And isn't there a saying the truth is never pleasant? Never heard that one before. Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person? We have looked into this matter and found that the truth the article proposes is in fact baseless gossip. But should this be true, then this proves the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim. So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Be careful, the old bag seems rather excited right now. That's right, on guard is nothing but your average foul-mouthed youth. Well, as the old saying goes, you've got to burn old bags with fire. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. Who says that? Who says that? That's my question. Gotta burn up the stuff, man. Gotta do it. All right, secret information. I'm gonna save. That's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna save.
I'm gonna make a new one because I'm wondering if maybe that like first decision I made could like affect it.
All right. I gotta ask her about this. What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over. Secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know this secret information? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drilled a hole into my brain, you'll never find out. Did you find the camera bag? How in the world did that old bag get such a secret piece of information? Did she? So no one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Miss Oldbag? Why are you looking at me like that? Stop that. Witness! I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret information, isn't it? You got it from this, because the tabloid article. I was just thinking, I was like, we never did find her camera case. The investigative photographer, a lot of heart. Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl. Mischievous. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself. She reported such a thing? On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews. Outrageous ideas, you say? No, I said impressions. Oh God. Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless?
Ah, that's it. That's the note. Got your ass.
No, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy. And you are the one who took Miss Hart's note? I'm a huge fan of Juan, that's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with that evil on guard. She said so herself. On guard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written. Edgy Poo, you believe me, don't you? I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before. You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just once. Crime is still a crime. She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? Pile on the more. If I let up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness, you said the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct? Where's the camera? So, why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible, lonely trash can, that's all. You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it. Are you putting my credibility to scrutiny again? Miss Oldbag, I don't believe that the note is the only thing you stole that night. Take that! You stole the whole dang camera, didn't ya? That note was within a camera inside its case, wasn't it? A camera? Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, "My sweetie 1600 camera disappeared on me." Why? Why, witness? What is it, Gramps? If you have the note, then it is only logical that you have the camera, too. Actually, how much do you have to steal something for it to be a felony? It's like, what, over $1,500, I think? Was like the minimum? One second. What's the minimum amount you need to steal of merchandise to commit a felony? There it is. In general, theft of property worth less than $2,500 is a misdemeanor. Theft of property valued between $2,500 and $30,000 is a state jail felony, and a person who is convicted may be sentenced to between 180 days and 2 years in state prison. So, just so you know, if you're shoplifting, make sure it's under $2,500 or you're gonna have a felony on your hands. At least in Texas. Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know. I still eat meals like you. I fall in love and borrow things from people. I think your definition of borrow is a little off. I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said Slimebag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of pictures she'd taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things. I can see that argument being made. Bailiff, check this camera's photos. Hurry. We must examine them at once. Oh. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have? There is only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to the court. This is the Nickel Samurai. He is leaving the room. See, I told you. That's the guy I saw. This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. God dang it, Lotta. What does this all mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Ungard clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. If that is the case, then this Nickel Samurai could be him. The defendant. Yeah, son of a... How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We've examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright? The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client? I feel like I should say something. If this photo really is decisive, then we're done for. But if I raise an objection here and blow it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. This sounds like a save moment. I can't make a mistake here. There is only one road out of this mess. This photo that Lotta took. There's... I mean, the feet. There's something strange with this photo. I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree there's nothing strange with this photo. There's no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright? Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance. I have to find... Okay. It's all out of focus. Why can't you take a good shot, especially when it counts? Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange? Again, my entire life bar is at risk. His feet? Take that! His feet! I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here. What are you pointing to? His ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. And? What does that mean? This outfit was not made for this person. They're a tiny person. It's the manager. The costume person in this photo could not have been Mr. Ungard. What is the meaning of this? I wonder if you'd care to elaborate. With actual facts, that is. Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Whoa! Look at that. Look at those feetsies. Look at those toesies. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama. His socks! You could see his socks!
It is such a banger. Exactly. However, in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his Akama up just to walk. There's only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. We did it. All right, I think I've turned things around. That's curious. Huh? What is? Edgeworth is usually calm today. Unusually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself as if he's along for the ride. Well, I mean, he did say he was going to help us. What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. He doesn't feel under attack? Then I haven't damaged his case at all? Maybe? Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in the photo is not Mattengard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. I figure it would come to this. What? What does it come to? Wright, I have something I want to ask you. I think you have proven that the person inside this costume is not Mattengard. In that case, who is this a photo of? Oh, fudge. I have... Don't mind me! Who is the person wearing that Nickel Samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah, why is he so calm? Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Okay, 4 hit points. Who is the person in this photograph? I mean... It's her, right? Like, we kind of keep pointing and hinting at it. Take that! Stress level raises a minimum of 1%. Nina must save. You damn right I'm gonna save. You dang tune, I'm gonna save. If you want to know who that Nickel Samurai is, it is none other than this woman. And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short. And she could freely move in and out of Mr. Engard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Engard that night. And how does that all add up? It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. Engard's fingerprints all over it. That knife that was used as a murder weapon. Why don't you just say what it is you want, Mr. Wright? I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrienne Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Miss Andrews who drew to frame the defendant for the crime, which is really odd, because that's her client? Order! It looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrienne Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony. He's like, of course. All right, this is it. This is kind of bad for us. Huh? What do you mean? If Adrienne Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. One more day? Ah! Yeah, I was like, am I not supposed to do this in one solid day? So like, are we screwed? Did we mess up? I feel like we might have messed up. Now then, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow. What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. Raise an objection, right? Can I raise an objection? Now then, let's do this today. Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today. Oh, shit. I can't do that. We cannot hear Miss Andrews' testimony if she is not... I abhor wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth. You're working with me. Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial. Fucking go. But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development. Unexpected development. I think you underestimate me, Your Honor. What do you mean by that? That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoena Miss Adrienne Andrews is all happening according to plan, even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on. What?
Let's go, buddy.
Let's go, Edgeworth.
What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She's already here. She is the next witness.
Everything was planned out in advance.
Somehow I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews.
Let's freaking go, buddy.
Looks like the battle is far from over.
Exactly.
Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. Oh, God. Am I close? I don't even know if I'm close to being done. That's the thing. Like, are we close? I feel like we have to be, right? Because we were able to stop it, and he was, like, ready to go. And I'm just like... Wait, let me check on the Halo Infinite. Drop, see if we got that yet. Did we get it?
Dude, I can't believe that, Adrian. No way.
Not cool. I collected Adrian Andrews.
What? Day, I swear I had it on this thing and it's telling me I wasn't watching it. Halo Infinite, how dare you do this to me? Right, it's going. Trying to get that drop. I have you open. Don't you lie to me. Here, let me do this. And let me do this. Okay. I'm watching you. You're open, Halo Infinite. Trying to get a drop.
It's a cool little charm. Question is, why does Edgeworth do this? Miles was prepared for this and prepared Adrian, but Miles also has zero knowledge on why you must finish this in one trial, so it's ruled out that he's helping you, at least in that sense. So why is Mo preparing Adrian and rushing today? Well, here's the thing. He straight up told us at the police station. He was like, yeah, I'm back. And he's like, and because I'm not an attorney on this case, I'm willing to help you because you're gonna need it. And I was, Phoenix is like, F you. But here's Miles like, you're gonna need my help. Like, I know you need my help. I have all this information. All you have to do is ask for it. I don't know how he knows, but also, Miles is a smart guy. I'm pretty sure him being like, where's Maya? You know, like, I heard she was with you, and now I don't see her, but now I see this tiny woman who looks exactly like her dead sister. Something's going on. Also, Miles and Gumshoe are best buddies. You're telling me Gumshoe wasn't like, Miles, they kidnapped Maya. Phoenix has to do this in one day. He's screwed. You tell me Miles didn't get told from Gumshoe? I don't believe it. I believe Gumshoe, as Golden Retriever boy, would accidentally let it slip to Miles that Phoenix has to win this in one day, otherwise Maya dies. So Edgeworth is like, I gotta help out. That's what I think. The only person who had easy access to the knife he used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See, she could have also easily planted the blood-covered button in your hakama. Because she was the one that came to wake me up? Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? She is, I don't know if she is the real killer, but that's what it's looking like. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial is over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Give me a verdict that's refreshing like him in the spring breeze, man. Phoenix. You think her motive is related to Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right? Yeah. Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impact's as her strength and reason to live. And then, the reason for why she did such a thing. It sounds like she left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Carita, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Carita, all to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible. But one thing bothers me. Who was it that first told us about the relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impact's. Our boy, Miles. It was Edgeworth. It looks like he's still the one in command of the ship. Don't let your guard down yet. I mean, I'm going with he's helping me because he said I will help you. They really do. They're just like, real quick, murder, suicide,
dead body. They're like, don't you forget that this is a serious game. And it's like, no, I haven't forgotten at all. Court will now reconvene now that Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. Prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court, Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Corrida's room. She's still messing with that card, and we know that card the killer has, so it's like, maybe D Killer killed Juan Corrida? Maybe. This trial section? Oh no. I'm the manager of the defendant. What do you mean reactions? What do you mean? I see. Now then, before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yes? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossipland. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware of the rivalry that exists between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself. So was a fry and bait matter, or was that a bait and fry? That reminds me of fishing. But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. It is I. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then, witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. Are you really going to tell me that you put down your thing of like orange juice? Not orange juice. Tomato juice? It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. And there was his dead body. I was in shock. Hold on, let me scoot up that heart monitor. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as in the crime scene photograph. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. Okay, but you didn't drink the juice. You poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of a crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. What an odd time to drink juice. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix. She is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking, so you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand? So I'm guessing when she's talking about normal things, I'm like, "Hanya-nya."
Well, let me get a save in here real quick. I'm like, so far we seem to be doing okay. 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 There's ... Does that count as pacing? You were in shock? What? Was I not supposed to be? Miss Andrews is a very calculating person, and despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Corrida. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock, and you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. I see. The exact same as in the crime scene? I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself... This is such an odd statement. Juice. Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Corrida, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank. I didn't think there was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake, that one thing. What one thing? Never mind. It's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now?
Yeah, press further.
get over here. Miss Andrews, as I scrub it up my nose.
I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime.
Yeah.
What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry. It's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, did you spill it? I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Okay, but the case was closed. Flower vase. Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime scene? So he didn't struggle? This mess of glass shards? It was originally on top of the dresser, but then what about the cosmetics? But when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry, I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. That changes the story. Looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. Oh, that's a lie right there. You touched the guitar case. Right? Right?
Yeah.
Objection!
Yeah, you such a liar.
You testified that you knocked the flower vase over, and is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem. It's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case would have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside.
Take that.
That's very true. Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case. Oh, what's that? Don't you remember, Judge? Fingerprints! Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what is wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards should be inside, not outside the case.
Yeah, take that.
What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all?
Yes.
No, think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Yes, that's right. She didn't implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case. But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. That may very well be. However, empty guitar case does seem to have no relation, doesn't it? Seems that there's no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, do you think I want to say yes. Make her testify, because it's like, that changes the room dynamic. That means somebody opened it, somebody closed it. Maybe the empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. Thanks, buddy. Love you too. I can't believe I'm doing this either. All right, I'll follow along for now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. Okay. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. But her fingerprints weren't on it. Looks like this really wasn't a very important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using any way to change the topic. A convenient escape for a weak man. Hold on. Right, this. I must have opened it. Only Corita's fingerprints. There is no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar are those of the victim. Unless you were wearing those gloves. Unless you were wearing those gloves. What is it, Miss Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time? Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time? It was the night of the awards ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. But the tomato juice glass wine had your fingies. Well, Miss Wright, it seems the witness was wearing... No. You were wearing gloves? Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? The juice with your fingerprints? I have your proof right here. This wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass that you supposedly drank from. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Oh my god, her glasses broke and she... Her glasses broke and she brought out another pair. Okay. 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 Damn, that's good. Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe the guitar case plays a very important role here, but it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. But the guitar, the bright red guitar was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either. I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case... Oh. Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided... Yeah, I was like, you better object. No, Your Honor. Please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in the photo of the crime scene. I am sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. If you are so sure, Wright, then I am sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please enlighten us as to why the guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well, let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. Okay, not the only thing? You don't mean to suggest there was a black guitar? The most ace-attorney thing ever. Infinite glasses cycle. So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty. Is that it, right? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Ooh, careful where you put your foot. Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? Hear me out. Hear me out. Because it was at the studio, right? And he was wearing the samurai costume, but we saw another samurai come out. And then there's the whole talk of like the nickel samurai is gonna confess something. I think somebody found the note and maybe it blames On Guard or something. And our girl, Andrews, was like, I'm gonna go into the suit and do the confession. But then murder at some point happened? I don't know. Hear me out. Take that. This is a photograph. Yes, but what is important is what is in that picture, Your Honor. In this picture. It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I am proposing is... Inside the guitar case was the nickel samurai, the hero's very own costume. Oh my god, I was... Let's freaking go. Explain yourself. Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Unless it wasn't Andrew's, because the guitar case only has the fingerprints of Kurita. Kurita was gonna wear the outfit and do the Nickel Samurai has a confession to make. What was on the note? Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone else see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I still don't think she did it. I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct? You mean this photo? Order. It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we? Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Wait 1 second, Your Honor. That Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Matt on guards. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case of all places. True, that is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was this Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case? I want to say it was stolen from him, right? Because I'm thinking he did it, yeah? Or was it a spare? See, now I'm wondering, because there's also that other theory of their rivalry, and I had that one thought yesterday. I was like, what if the Nickel Samurai isn't played by the Nickel Samurai? Like, what if it is Juan, who does both? I'm gonna save. I think if I get one wrong, I'll be fine. But there's apparently a bad ending. Maybe the bad ending is if I lose all my hit points and not if I choose an incorrect thing. I want to say it was stolen, but it could be spare. I want to say it was stolen. I think it may have been stolen. Stolen? But why would someone do such a thing? Maybe the thief wanted to interfere with the post-ceremony stage show? And so, if he didn't have his costume, then Mr. On Guard would be forced to go naked. Oh, nope, nope, wrong way. Maybe you should be stripped naked or run out for making a mockery of this court. Edgeworth, quit thinking of me naked. Excuse me? Mr. Mangard did not take his costume off after the award ceremony. He even testified that he took a nap while still wearing his costume. Is this not correct? Okay, it's spare. It was a spare costume. Did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we were talking about was a spare one. What? Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai's costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? Yes, that is what I'm saying. And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself had brought the spare to the ceremony on purpose. Is this the stolen one? But why? The victim, Mr. Corito, was the jammy ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai's spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act? And therein lies the sticking point. Objection! Oh my god. What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? Huh? No, Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai's spare costume? Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai's spare costume to the hotel was... Do I have... Is it about the press conference? It's about the press conference, right? Because that's the theory I'm going with. What is this? On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference that the real one knows nothing about. A press conference. Yes, Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Engard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can mean only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida himself. The victim? Yes. The spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Corrida was gonna hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai. Yes!
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
He was gonna dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference? But why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. The Nickel Samurai was gonna confess something? And by confess, I'd wager he was gonna reveal something about himself? Which means that Juan Corrida, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt and Guard. Yeah, I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a confession, that's public disclosure. I have one issue with this whole line of theory. We got to this point to prove why Adrian's fingerprints weren't on the case, but if the costume was inside, she still would have had to open it with her bare hands, meaning her prints would have still been on it, and if she wiped it afterwards, Corrida's prints also would have been removed. It's a good theory, but flawed in terms of the link we used to get there. I don't know, we'll find out. We'll find out. We'll find out. We've had typos. Miss Andrews, I can see why you are pros at what you do. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say. The press conference was set up by Juan. Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me. You? Juan had bet everything on the Jammy Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. He was going to ruin him? It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? Did Matt do something to your lady and that's why she went to an entirely different department? And do you know what the secret of Mr. Engard's is, Miss Andrews? That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. Ah, I see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious there. Yes. But that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all. Protect Mr. Engard? I mean, that's her client, makes sense. And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor, I understand. What, you gonna explain that you have the dependency disorder? From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. His alibi was napping. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. Okay, some of those statements were funny. This does account for everything. Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She is more nervous than a scared rabbit. The defense can find no fault with this testimony. I'm ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine. Looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. This just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. Alright, first, I'm gonna go with the first thing. Like you instantly knew? Would you say that was your intuition speaking to you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. Well then what was your reasoning? If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things. 3 things? A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. And if you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix. They didn't teach that to us in school, at least not from what I remember. May I continue? And do some pressing. So would you say this need came from the press conference? Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that event and that hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matt and Guard. And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews? Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume. But I'm sure Mr. Ungard himself didn't know anything about the press conference. Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference? Anyway, the important thing here is that this information was not in your testimony. Please correct your testimony if you please. Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove that I'm right. Has Mr. Ungard done something to hurt or betray you personally? Why do you ask? You were the one who helped Mr. Kurita with this press conference, and that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Ungard, yet you still helped out? You know, your client? The person on trial right now is Mr. Ungard, right? What the witness was thinking, helping the victim with his plan, is none of our concern. In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill. Why do I keep doing this to myself? And he didn't have an alibi? But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. Ungard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that 2 was a lie so you could cover for Mr. Ungard? I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time. I keep trying, but I can't find no flaws with that, Miss Andrews has said. I can't say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however. The judge is glaring straight at... He's glaring at you, smart guy. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then what about the button? A button. It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought, and during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammy Ninja's costume. You're talking about this button, correct? The button was found in the pleats of Matt's Hakama, isn't that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence. Looks like you were out Fox again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mike could still look at me. Mia could still look at me with an icy stare, yes. Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. That button was torn off at Juan during his fight with Matt. Oh, not that, I was pressing. And how do you know that? When the ends of the threads on the button and the costume are matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly, or so I heard. I've heard that before too. But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you are not. And I thought I had her this time for sure. If there's anything to trip up on, it has to be here, but where and what? Alright. But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time.
Objection!
Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it? This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Ungard at any time. Why then would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Kurita planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Ungard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant. This isn't the Phoenix Wright wax philosophical power hour. And please stop slandering the witness. As I expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really? Because to me it sounded a little wishy-washy. Wishy-washy? Well, I guess we'll see if I press a little more. You should know this by now. But you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk. Got it, Chief. I'm gonna pin you down this time, Miss Andrews. I think it's one of the revised statements, right? Is it the autopsy? Is it this?
Objection!
This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off the costume when? While he was alive. Right? after the knife was stabbed into the victim. Okay, well, blood doesn't come out of you once you're dead. I mean, it oozes slowly, but it's not like anymore. Okay, I guess some blood came out. All right, exactly, which means it's impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle. And because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was conscientiously pulled off the victim's already dead body. It's like, he's dead, boop, boop. Judge is probably glaring back and forth between Phoenix judgmentally and yeah, the interesting outfit choice next to me. Yeah. What is the meaning of this, right? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? To plant evidence. We now know this button was not torn off during the fight, so the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it? To pin the crime on a guard. It's all about framing him. There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Engard. There's no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. That's right. Mr. Engard was set up. By the real killer, of course. So it is her. And the real murder is... Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then? Finally. I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet, not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Engard, is worth 3 health points. Right? It's her? Take that! Miss Adrian Andrews. I choose you! Pokeball, go! You are Mr. Corita's killer. What? Order, Mr. Wright? This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews. What about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Engard, naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. The freaking... I love it. I love it so much. What about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Engard was the real killer, there is no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Engard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him up from his nap. Which is you, yet again. I see. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. Yeah, they don't really explain how her fingerprints did not get on it, but... And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No! We're making her cry. I feel a little bit bad. But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found in the guitar case, and it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. Yeah, explain this. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. Oh, okay. That's what they're doing. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposely left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. That's pretty good. And to top it all off, there is this photo. A photo of the killer as they exit the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. Engard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of, how tall people are. Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please stop. Oh, I'm just destroying her. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time. Miss Andrews? I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. The fifth? Well, yes. You are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. Yeah, buddy. Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Encard's room. Adrian Andrews. I see. Francesca. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Plead the fifth. Alright. That's it. That's when Francesca planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things look bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix, but there's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done? What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. It is time. Oh, apparently something's coming up. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Corita. Ooh. Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Corita? I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering. But, Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so, or maybe not. There is nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. No, she's taking that divine attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow we've landed in the worst possible situation. I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not yet been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof. But that's not true. In this situation, there's only one thing this court can do, and that is declare a recess. Recess? I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter, and at tomorrow's trial... No! No. We don't have a tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial. Please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya... And now we've clued him in on it. But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is... Let's go, Edgeworth! It is not impossible for this trial to continue. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you... It's true, Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true, but actually, there is one little thing that I'm curious about. Miss Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know. He's
He's a frenemy. The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please. Okay, we're back to when she found the body. That glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. Okay. Changing it up completely. So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours? Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Okay, so I need to find something in here to explain stuff.
So when you saw the knife sticking out of his chest, you're like, he's not dead? Oh no, wrong thing! Wrong thing! No! Wrong thing! I'm so sorry! My bad, shit. Wrong thing, Nina, wrong thing. Save bad Nina.
I didn't think he was dead. Nope, that's the guide map.
There you go, crime photo.
Right? I didn't think he was dead when I saw this.
Objection!
So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body. What is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There is a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Kurita's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that it was a dead man or an injured man. Like, oh, he's taking a nap. You see, I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted. And then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Your point is, Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. Just whoosh. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly, that you are the real killer. Yeah. Ooh. Cut your ass. It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Madangard, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible. You're wrong. Miss Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me! It wasn't me, I tell you! It was Matt, I swear. He's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because... Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. And there's no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Madangard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone has it. Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict of Mr. Madangard. All I will say, Nina, prepare. Okay.
Objection!
Okay. Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. God damn it. What? The reason is quite simple. I swear, if you have another witness, this witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth. It's true? True? The absolute real truth? What are you... Witness, don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Madangard will go free. And in his place, you will become the guilty party.
That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Karma, most likely. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? You know, we saw her in the room. Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of others. Oh, so she's gripping onto Franziska now? Okay. Because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then, right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss Von Karma. Don't say a word, no matter what happens. If you do, Matt on guard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undoubtedly believes in those words right now and is clinging onto them. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is to get our not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you, please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help, please, someone help me. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? The court can't continue on like this, therefore I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right, I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the one crying over there, right? I mean, the D-killer person. Come now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I feel like I should force her to testify. I'm like, you... But maybe I should be like, do the not guilty for Maya. But then I won't get the truth, and that would like change who I am as a person. I think I should tell her to testify. Because I think if I go like request the not guilty, yes, I might save Maya, but then I'm dooming someone else, and then I, Phoenix Wright, would have just become Von Karma. Getting the, you know, instead of the getting guilty no matter what, it's the getting the not guilty no matter what. So, testify! I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this, not when she's making a face like that. Ms. Andrews, I would like to know what you are really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. On Guard would get an acquittal, but in his place you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? But be quiet, how dare you? You're trying to trick me. I'm telling you the truth. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong! Right? Like... I'm gonna give her one more shot. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this. However, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Don't you do it! Stop. Mr. Edgeworth, oh, the music is changing! This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop! Please stop! No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. Oh, he gave me a copy. Ah, that's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please stop. I beg you. If people find out. If you're gonna say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. Buddy. Edgeworth, how can you be so cold? However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips. You know what? Edgeworth is helping us out. As cold as it is, he heard that we needed to save Maya, and he's like, I'm on it. Whatever you need, buddy. No matter what I have to do. I appreciate Edgeworth. He's like, Phoenix, you're still too soft. You just gotta get in there. So, will you tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please help me. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Nothing matters anymore. Nothing really matters anymore. Oh, sorry. My crime, quote unquote. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the nickel samurai costume. Bit of an inconvenience? Oh, did she have blood on her? Is that what happened? Okay. You stabbed the... Okay, so she found the dead body and then was like, I'm gonna pin it on him. I'm gonna stab him. So somebody else killed him. Edgeworth going full on cold, no care, brutal mode, openly telling an entire courtroom full of audience members about her suicide attempt and basically saying, yeah, go off yourself if you want, but not until I know the truth. I mean, that's standard Edgeworth, is it not? I'm not surprised. Isn't it obvious to pin the blame on a certain person? A certain cowardly man? What do you mean by all this? It might take this court a little while to understand, but... This is the truth. The real killer is Matt. That scumbag of a man, I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time? So Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Corrida, in the chest with a knife. He was already dead. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt and Guard for the murder. And this is her crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination. Got it. My crime. I'll read that thing later from the director. Really? Well, you could tell from the state the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck. That scarf is a part of the Jammy Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. What an odd time. He's dead. Time to frame my client. What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because, one, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. Plant it. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And then you stabbed him. So you were the one to stab the victims with the knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then, when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the buttons somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Engard's Hakama. Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? Just when I finished and was returning, I had a bit of an inconvenience. An inconvenience? There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. That's Miss Oldbag. I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. So you put on the costume. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the awards ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there. And what is this secret? That, I don't know. Anyway, I thought if I were to leave Juan's room in the nickel samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. We got you there. So after that, you went back to Mr. Unguard's room and planted the button. Into Matsukama? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word, what does all this mean? Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Ungard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Francisco? She said that I should under no circumstance confess to what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer. Wait, Your Honor. The defense still... Right? It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. Cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. What? Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. Prosecution will arrange for detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Judge, come back. Oh God. Oh. Today's trial. It's over. And I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Edgeworth. What is it? Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked about it, Mr. Wright, I remember just now. I found this in the room on that day. The room? That day? Yes. Oh, God damn it. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body? I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not. But it's still a strange card if you ask me. But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why. Witness, that card? Give it to me, hurry. Edgeworth, do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This? I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. I didn't mean to. What is this all about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. It's the killer's card, you ding-dong. What does it mean? It's a calling card. It's a calling card. I don't... I'm worried. How much more is there? I feel like there's a lot more. I don't think we're finishing this today. Mystic Maya! You were so confident too! I can't take it anymore. Yeah, cry it out. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict, and so far the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya, and he won't because Mr. Ungard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. We don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. Oh man, I might have to. I might have to play this on the stream tomorrow. Oh no. Mystic Maya's in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right. Hey, you guys, glad I caught you. Mr. Scruffy Detective. Oh boy. Looks like Detective Gumshoe's here. Has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now. It's just plain old Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you. But we're kind of busy right now. Alright, what do you got for me, buddy? So, what are you gonna do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So, Do you have a new job lined up? Oh, that. What am I supposed to do now? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place. Say what? You'll be searching for things that'll prove Mr. Engard's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna help you. I've got lots of experience investigating and watching over people's places, and I'm great at making really simple meals. I'll take care of it all. Oh my god, he's becoming a housewife. Thank you. Come on, Mr. Nick, let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Okay, what's your best dish? Instant noodles. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods? Hey, if you make it right, it's good. That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself. He said that? That's horrible. But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally. The truth. Miss Andrews' class testimony, I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, but I still think there's something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. You mean about that thing? Why would she want to, almost need to frame Mr. Engard? I couldn't figure that out from anything she said at all. Then you're saying that testimony was a lie? No. Not a lie per se, it just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. Or that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe. That's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that. Francesca von Karma. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning? Miss von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol pal. At least you won't have to confront them with Edgeworth's killer mode against Andrews. I mean, that's something. But she's gonna be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but, well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. They should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? You know what's crazy? Her and her dad now have, like, matching bullet wounds. What, are you gonna visit her, pal? No? Well, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey, you actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to not being able to go to the trial today. This may be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal. Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick. Oh my god. Now I'm definitely not going. Let's see. The name of the hospital. Oh yeah. The Hottie Clinic. That name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Alright. How are we doing on time? We're doing good. We could get some more stuff in. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. You here to visit a patient? Hi. Wait a second. Yes? I'm Director Hottie? Why are you still here? What is it? Can I help you? You can tell me? Director Hottie. Edgeworth? Yes, I'm Director Hottie. Oh, you're the man from the morning. Yes, what is it? Director, Francesca. How is Francesca von Karma? You don't need to worry, man. She's in good hands. Because you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Gross. Yes. And that thing, that surgery, it went well. You have my gratitude. It looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret. She looks so pitiful, absolutely terrified. But I understand. Her opponent was a gun, after all. And when I snuck up on her real secret legs, she would scream really loud. I see. But she's really cute too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip. Boy, did I cry like a baby, yes, but I think I could get used to it. Ah! Go back to your room. You're so mean. So mean, my frisky Friska. But that's good to— Ah! Okay. Yes, it's time for my IV drops. And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I knew I shouldn't have come here. I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. Damn. But it's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I even had full intentions of running the trial this morning. But that would have been too much for you. There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, no one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you in that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. Miss Von Karma, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. On Guard, you told Miss Andrews to not testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal? You're denying it? It looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over. All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime? That isn't my problem, whether she had tampered with the evidence or not. I have only one objective, to find and guard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The end justifies the means. Miss Von Karma, Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then On Guard will be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. But you had to know she was. Ah! I think visiting hours here are about over. So, if you'll excuse me. What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off? Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Edgeworth. What's up, buddy? What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far? But she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright, the courtroom is a garden of judgment. I am putting myself on the line when I stand in there, and that's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you. You were quite upset. You were quite upset. Do you have any idea what you've done? That card, when in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, Wright, this is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. A special investigations team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card, a man called Shelley the Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin, the best at that. An assassin. So who is this Shelley the Killer? The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. Long-standing? The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelley is the professional name of the third heir to the Killer name. So because his professional name is Shelley, he leaves cards with a shell on them. He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims. Why would he do something like that? We think it's a part of his duty to his clients. His duty? If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. He also serves as an insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. I see. The Killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. I guess that even honorable assassins can exist? So you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelley the Killer, huh? Are you gonna... I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? Oh my god, he cares. I guess I should just tell him. Maya, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An acquittal? I see. I had no idea. Okay, so he didn't know. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow. Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to. Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity.
Oh, Mr. Nick?
There's no way you can find her. We don't even have a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right. Listen, you need to know something. Juan Corrida was killed by Shelley the Killer. And the client who ordered the job is Matt and Guard, your own client. Please stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigations, you will need this.
What is it?
The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelley the killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter.
In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me. Okay. No way! I don't think he hired an assassin. He seems too aloof, but you know, that could be his thing. And he did tell the truth, because he's like, he didn't kill him with his own hands. He hired someone else to do it. I mean, he didn't have any cyclops, but he was being truthful in his statement. Alright, let's hope Maya can make it home. Maya's POV. Where is she at? She escaped. I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up, like how Nick does with everything in court. Anyway, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. I feel like he opened it from the other side. Or did I really get it open? I really got it open. Is it a doggy door? Got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? Wow, that's a lot. Well, I'm worried about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to my sis and maybe get out of here. Yeah, this. There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. Is that? It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, it looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, "With love, Celeste." I bet this could be a clue. He knew Celeste? That's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear? How cute. But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. I have to go look at bears, don't I? Oh hey, it's a computer. I've never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch on this thing is. Drat. There goes my plan to use this somehow to get out of here. Are we gonna crawl through the doggy door? What is this thing, an antenna? And this, a VCR? Sure, a lot of electronic gadgets here. What was an antenna doing here? This is an odd place. Wow, I've never seen a TV this big before. Now where's the power button? Phooey, it's busted. I was so die-happy samurai fan if I ever got to see the nickel samurai on a TV like this. Right? Even while kidnapped, she's just dissing Phoenix. Can't believe I just made a joke about dying, all things considered. Yeah, Maya. It's so dark in here that I can barely see, but these kind of feel like videotapes, all of them? Just what kind of room is this? A weird surveillance room? Ugh, locked, of course. And it doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom of this door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through there. Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you. He is? For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Ways? You mean dead men tell no tales is how the saying goes, correct? Dead? I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting I am an assassin. No way. You're lying. I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be. This feels like a dead giveaway. Nick! Alright, so that was Maya. Mr. Nick? Oh, yes, Pearls? Got caught up in my thoughts there about Maya's situation. Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know. I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. On Guard, but I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going. Okay. Let's go to the detention center. Anything else? No, okay. Alright, let's see what he has to say. I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over for today. Oh, I guess I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say. Oh yeah, there's a message here for you. A message? It's from Matt and Guard. Yeah, here you are. What did he write? Is this something really important? I don't know, let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why'd I feel uneasy all of a sudden?
Mr. Wright. So actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shu. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, alright? Okay, I guess we're gonna go feed Shu now.
This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to feed his cat.
I'm sure poor Shu's stomach is growling by now. Poor Shu. Client's request is request. Guess I should go check up on his cat. Do we go from here? We said it's near the lobby. Oh. Alright, Mr. Nick, let's go look for clues. We have to for Mystic Maya's sake. You shall not pass! This old bag. Don't devalue my name and turn to a gasp, you spiky-haired petty fogger. Because you have been made to look like the bad guy again. Although I did get a piece of gun from Mr. Edgy Boy just as he promised, but... You've awakened the wild beast inside of this old bag. Oh. Miss Oldbag, keep your hands off me. The helmet is airtight. No air gets in and no air gets out. Then why do you keep putting it on? Don't think you can get me to move with silly questions. You're gonna have to defeat me if you want to get by. Okay, well... I have... this paper. Maybe if I show her the letter I got from Edgeworth? If you would look at... What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of... Oh, Edgy Poo. Ugh, is that her perfume? Pheromone d'amour I smell? Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth. Yours truly? That man's got good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so. You understand? There you go. I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook. Okay. Looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth. I may be, but you know nothing's gonna come of it. That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared. Ow. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. So anyway, let's continue our investigation. Okay. What now? One little thing, before I forget. You can't go into Engard's room today. What? The police main investigation team is gonna be in there all day, you hear? I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating to kill her. So don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Windy Old Bag. Well, I need to get to the living room, right? Sure is dark. I'll go turn on a light. Wow, so this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich. What is hanging from the ceiling? Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's find Shu, the kitty cat. Shu! I'm looking at that cat door and I'm almost wondering. He's so cute. Oh, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shu. The cat seems to like pearls. Pardon me. What? May I help you with something, Mr.? Oh, we're lawyers? Actually, I'm Mr. Engard's lawyer. The Masters? Then you must be Mr. Wright. Yes? What? It's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. What? I am the family butler, John Doe. What? Nice to meet you. So is Maya in this house? I'm just gonna present the note. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind taking a look at this. I'm afraid I cannot offer up anything special about it. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of evidence for a trial. Polite yet snotty with a touch of rude. He's a stereotypical butler, all right. I'm gonna go with we're at time. This is a good place to pause, so that way new wonderful information comes into our brain. But what? Wait, I don't think this is his butler. I think he's lying, because otherwise Engard would have been like, my butler will feed my cat. But anyway, thank you everyone for stopping by. I'll figure out if I want to finish this on the new stream place tomorrow or if we're gonna do a different game. but let me read out for you guys. And Suzu is Masi. Bye-bye.